Good evening, everybody, and Tony here. Finally, we've made it to June. Yeah, basically, it's Pride Month for everybody who celebrates this month. I know that I wouldn't want the virtue signalers coming on here, by the way. But anyway, not trying to sound mean, but just want to say that, well, I do have a bit of contention with. Hey there, Goddess-o. Yeah, I do have a bit of contention when it comes to Pride Month because, yes, if it were not already obvious, I'm a guy who happens to really like muscular men. And yes, I do identify myself as a gay man and a single gay man at that. That's cool. And by the way, I've always made it very damn clear that there are no kids allowed on my channel. I don't care if you are 13 or if you're 14 or if you're or even 17. No kids in my channel. So basically, just like what Adult Swim used to say, warning, swimmers, we got some potential violence, some strong language coming up, and some adult situations. No kids in the pool. All kids out for Adult Swim. Yep. Good old days of Adult Swim, ladies and gentlemen. I definitely miss them. I definitely miss those good old days. Yeah, that's cool, Goddess-o. That's totally cool, Goddess-o. In my channel, you're always welcome. And of course, just as long as you're not a douche, as long as you're not a jerk, as long as you're not a homophobe, and as long as you're not an asshole. Everybody's welcome on my channel. So those are my rules. Basically, no kids allowed, no kids under 18, no kids who are probably still in high school. Basically, if I were to be rather honest with my channel, I'd say that it kind of attracts, well, people in college, people doing their GEDs, people, like adults in general, okay? Yeah, that's basically the direction I've been going with in terms of my channel. I mean, um, yeah. So I hope you've been well, Goddess-o. Because, well, I just wanted to also give you a bit of an update. My flatmate also had a mini recital for the adults, so I kind of had to help out a bit with the cleaning. So it was great and all. It's great and all. I mean, they're all wonderful, very charismatic people, very charming people, and absolutely intelligent. Absolutely intelligent, warm, and simply put, amazing. I mean it. Amazing people. So, a bit of the update on my master's thesis. I'm in my 33rd page. Yes, I still have a bit of, a bit of editing to do. Just want to make sure that I get my points clear and I remain as, explicit. Well, not what you think it means, but what I'm talking about is very specific and very clear with my argumentations because it's something that I cannot half-ass, much like anything in life. It's something that I can never, ever half-ass, and something that I take pride in. And, well, consider this. Before, when I was in school, well, starting when I was in, like, well, the first grade, it wasn't really as great as I remembered it to be. Also, the way I kind of perceived how I was in the first grade, I used to I used to not really care too much about school, so I did kind of get held back in there. You know, I used to have this conversation with my parents about it, but they assured me that, you were still very young because back then I was almost about to turn 7 when I was about to enter the second grade, but in my mom's mind or my parents' mind, they said you were a bit young at the time. So I kind of took it to heart. And you know what? I don't regret it. I really don't regret it. There was still a lot of growing up I had to do. And I'm just thankful for at least, you know, embarking on this experience. And there are many things that I don't want to ever take for granted again, like at all. And then came like the third grade up to the sixth grade. I was actually academically better. I performed academically better because I felt like I was able to express myself a lot more creatively. And well, I was able to participate a lot more in certain extracurricular activities. And I loved reading at the time. I really loved reading chapter books. And it sort of helped me become the creative person that I am today. Same goes for my time in seventh and eighth grade or middle school. I managed to still have very good averages. But the time I was in high school, I did manage to get myself into extracurricular activities a lot more. But well, my grades were kind of up and down. My lowest happened my first year of high school where I had like an 86%. The highest I ever got in high school was 90%. The rest was like between 87 to 88, probably veering on 89%. But, well, yeah, mostly 87 to 88. But those were still good averages, mind you, but not really the types of averages that could always qualify me for an academic award, which, mind you, the only time I reached 90%, I ended up having an academic award. So that was actually a very cathartic moment in my second year of high school, of all places, let alone of all times. But after that, I ended up graduating from high school with honors. Definitely, probably one of the most hellish times I've had to go through. But they kind of taught me a very hard lesson on working very hard and staying committed, staying absolutely committed. I mean, I really advise anybody who's watching this stream right now that it doesn't matter what type of um, vocation, let alone profession you embark, or if you're still studying or doing your GED or um, going through college, you really need to be committed. I swear, you need to be committed. And you also need to be conscientious about, balancing your work ethics as well as, your personal obligations. And then when I did my GED in Berlin here, after I did my acting program, well, back then when I was in my 1-year acting program, I managed to receive an extremely high average when I graduated, a 96.79%. So that was probably one of the best experiences I had. Although looking back at what I used to look like, oh boy, I was not particularly proud of how I looked like. Now, I might browse through some pictures of me back then. I'm gonna have to see which ones I want to show you because I think this will definitely give you an idea of what I used to look like. And I'm sure that for those of you who have been tuning into my channel, you've kind of realized that I did go through a bit of a transformation with my weight. Yes, weight wise, I'm still medically overweight, but the fact that I'm no longer obese and I'm no longer having the same issues I used to have when I was obese just goes to show you right there that consistency definitely is key. And, part of that obsession with me trying to lose weight at the time, um, I think it didn't really help me, like, be the man, let alone the person that I need to be. So I found a couple of pictures with a very good friend of mine, as in a very, very good friend from my time in IAFT. So I want to give a huge shout out to Patricia Noseta, aka Chai. I used to call her Patsy. Yeah, definitely a lot of fun times I have with her. So here we go. This was one photo of me when I was in IAFT. As you could see, I was about to turn 20 at the time. I was 19 years old, and my God, you could tell that that girth right there, I was. Sometimes I just can't really. Um, I sometimes cringe just looking at this old picture because um, I don't want to be that type of person anymore. Um, I sometimes feel scared just looking at it because I did let myself go, and um, it scares me just thinking about it every day, and it's etched in my mind of the type of person I do not need to be. But in terms of the friendships I've acquired in IAFT, I had a lot of good friends there, and she's definitely one of them. So major shout out to Patricia Noseta. I hope that everything's been great in everything that you've been doing thus far. Um, so that's one of the pictures I've had with her. Then I want to show another picture. Yeah, this one. Um, another one that another good friend of mine, really. But like I said, the weight that I was, you can tell that. Yeah, another very good friend. She was Tamara, and she was German Brazilian. I do miss her, and we were definitely quite close. I often spoke German to her, and she was very nice. Yeah, Tamara and Chai, they were very, very nice people, and I do hope to meet up with them one day. And like I said, this here, I was not proud of, my weight back then. I looked completely I looked completely terrible at the time. And um I just can't really begin to tell you how much, like I said, that makes me feel bad looking at that picture, but it also gives me a lot more encouragement to keep on losing a lot more weight. So I bet you're wondering, why is it that I brought up my whole weight story? It's simple because when I was starting my first year of university after doing my Abitur for adults, that was kind of at the forefront of my mind. I mean, passing all my subjects or doing extremely well in all my subjects kind of ended up taking a little bit of a back seat in favor of just constantly telling myself, you can't afford to be obese anymore. You can't afford to be obese anymore. But it kind of had some consequences. First of all, I did half ass my first two exams in my first semester. The oral one that I did, well, that actually went swimmingly, superbly. But the two written ones I had in like the Introduction to Literary Studies and Introduction to Linguistics, not as good as I thought it was. Not as good. Things got kind of shittier in the second semester with, my results in like deeper linguistics, especially when I was involved in Old English. I was so disappointed that I only got a barely passing grade. Like I said, when you are obese and you are definitely um gung ho about losing weight, but also trying to pass all your subjects at the same time, it really does kind of add up. It does add up. And I am not joking here, ladies and gentlemen. It adds up. Granted, I did do, better works in like the other modules. So thank God that I managed to increase my performance, academic performance a little bit more. But, it kind of does make me consider the harsh truth about balancing my time as well. Another thing is that once I ended up no longer being medically obese, I was like, finally, I was freaking free from that coil that I got myself into. It was just so cathartic. I mean, I was no longer medically obese back in October 2020, and that was the time that I was about to start my third semester of my bachelor's program. I mean, granted, I was still medically overweight, and, at best, I've maintained that. But the good thing is, these days, I'm no longer medically obese. I thank my lucky stars that I'm no longer medically obese. Now, I bet you're wondering, how did I do it? It's simple. I changed my diet, I changed my lifestyle. I was able to be a lot more mobile. Um, and I was able to like use walking and fasting as, you know, my go-to routines. You know, sometimes you really do need a lot of discipline in order to make it, to really, make your health better, the condition of your health better, and be, not to sound cliched, be the person you need to be and more. And of course, it also is about time management. So there was like one time where I did kind of half-ass my term papers, but it wasn't a bad grade, mind you. It wasn't that bad, but I could have done a couple of things. First of all, I should have, you know, talked about it much deeply with my professors. And I think one of the first term papers I wrote for musicology, I wasn't like totally digging as deep as I should have in the topic that my professor was discussing. Although he was a very cool professor, I really loved his style of teaching. But looking back at it, you know, I guess it was just because I was way more focused on, trying to lose weight and trying to, make sure that I'm no longer medically obese. And like I said, all this really does, stick with you. It sticks with you because, um, you know, how I look and how you look can play a really important role of how you feel on the inside. Trust me on this. And that's why, I had to change certain habits. Like, for example, I no longer take the bus going to my uni. I mean, I don't really take the bus or the train or the S-Bahn going to my university. I just walk. And I don't care if it's raining, I don't care if it's shining. I just put on my rubber shoes, I put on my sneakers, and just go walk, run, sprint to my university, carrying my book bag. Yes, when COVID came from 2020 to like early 2022, I just had to do my own walking, around the area I'm living in. So there was like no walking to unis. But I guess the best thing about catching up in COVID is that certain exams that were originally like written exams just turn out to be like take home exams. So I actually did way better in my third semester. Same thing with my fourth semester. So I no longer had any barely passing grades. I ended up passing well and way better than in my first semester when I was still so obsessed with my weight and obsessed with a lot of the weight loss shows I watched on YouTube. So that kind of did create a sort of, you know, if I look better watching those shows, I could feel a lot better, you know? And well, yeah, I am like I'm about over 170 pounds these days. I'm between 170 to 180 pounds these days. Here's the best part. At least I'm no longer over 200 pounds. So there's a bright spot to all this. I'm no longer in the 200 pounds line. I'm no longer in the 190 pounds line. I'm no longer in that type of line anymore. What's up, Tony? How you doing, man? I hope you can join me as well. So, okay, so there's a remark from Goddess. So, well, if the Ninja Turtles react if they raise Sonic and Amy's kid Aurora the Hedgehog. I was never really a Sonic Amy shipper. I did kind of like Sonic and Sally a little bit more. I just thought that Sonic and Amy as a couple just felt too bland for my eyes. But I say, well, knock themselves out. I'm pretty sure that they would make a great influence to Aurora the Hedgehog. So the next one, I never really heard of the comics. I'm sorry, Goddess. So Arrow Ace. Not entirely so sure, Myra Cruz, but how you doing, Myra Cruz? I hope you've been well. But here's the thing about me and Rama One Half. I have a bit of a love-hate relationship with the anime because I didn't care for the crazy love triangles. I didn't care for the stupid double standards. Yes, it did have a few yucks every once in a while. But for me, I tried to like Rama One Half. I really tried to, but sadly, it wasn't an anime that I found myself enjoying. I just didn't care for Akane. I didn't care for the stupid arranged marriage that Genman Soon committed to with Ranma and Akane. I just didn't care for all that shit. I remembered liking Kasumi. Nabiki was fun, I'll give you that. I think it's just because I didn't have any warm feelings about it. Now, if we're talking about anime from like the late 80s, I can't go wrong with Hokuto no Ken. I mean, it's virile, blood pumping action, and it's just something I totally enjoy. And yeah, that's totally cool. And in terms of, anime from the 90s, Yu Yu Hakusho, especially if it's a shonen anime, Yu Yu Hakusho, you can't go wrong with Yu Yu Hakusho. Now, I used to have a bit of a conversation with somebody on the comments when I was addressing the, you know, closing the, or excuse me, or just addressing the contention I used to have with a certain Princess Anastasia 434. And like I said, Princess Anastasia 434 and we are still friends. We've buried the hatchet, you know, for some time now. And you know what? You know what? There's no more animosity between us. We're animosity free. We have actually a pretty damn good friendship. And you know what? We both cannot stand Louise from The Familiar of Zero. Now, I have never even bothered to touch The Familiar of Zero because of her, because of Louise. I mean, that pink-haired little bitch just causes the main hero a lot of hell. And, well, how I got introduced to this was through Anime America's top 10 most annoying anime characters of all time. And already, when I saw that their number one choice was Louise, I could see why. Because this girl, my God, she was spoiled, way too entitled, way too narcissistic, and she is just simply terrible and abusive. She abuses her status, and that's not the type of character I freaking like. And, you know, at least we've managed to find something in common. Now, when I said that I didn't like Pokemon, and there was a commenter said, "Oh, you don't like Pokemon? For shame." You know what? I really have every right. You know what I could have said to that guy? I have every right to not like Pokemon because I was never into it at all. Come on. It's like, what's going on with people these days? It's like every time I say I don't like Pokemon or I'm just okay with Digimon, they flip their shit. I mean it. I freaking mean it. It's like, come on, what happened to being civil, right? Whatever happened to just being civil and say, okay, fine, I respect that you don't like Pokemon. You want to know why? Because if you want me to get critical about Pokemon, it's just the formula to me feels pretty repetitive. I mean, I was never really into the whole, oh, let's let the pocket monsters or let's let the little creatures like fight in battles, and then comes Team Rocket, you know. Then comes Team Rocket with their whole spiel of being wannabe villains. And like I said, it just gets boring after a while. I mean, it's okay to watch when you're very young, but as you grow older, you kind of realize that you want a lot more substance. And I was not totally into the whole craze of Beyblade or Yu-Gi-Oh! I wasn't really in for that. If you ask me, I always prefer it when characters, or let alone anime characters, use their combat prowess, demonstrate said combat prowess, and give each other a nice, good beat 'em up. I'm totally in for that, man. I am totally in for that. You see, that's why I really do prefer anime like Yu Yu Hakusho. And even back then when I was young, Dragon Ball Z, and yeah, even Dragon Ball, and to some extent Dragon Ball GT. I even enjoyed Hajime no Ippo. By the time I was a teenager, I found myself really loving the hell out of Shoot Fighter Tekken. And even before I turned 13, I remembered liking Baki the Grappler. I mean, what more can you expect? Unadulterated action with muscled men beating the ever loving shit out of each other. That's the stuff I am in for. And that's the stuff that I freaking enjoy. Not to mention, it's really cool, like, seeing, let alone observing various martial arts styles. Oh, and speaking of martial arts anime, I was totally in for Street Fighter 2V, Street Fighter Alpha the movie, and yes, Street Fighter 2 the animated movie. And don't forget, I've been playing a lot of fighting games ever since I was a little kid. So I was playing my Street Fighter, I was playing Tekken, I was having a go at, yes, mostly Soul Calibur, well, specifically Soul Edge, Soul Calibur when I went to the arcades, and Soul Calibur 2 when I had my PlayStation 2 back in Cebu. And when I was visiting my relatives in San Francisco, I found myself playing the absolute shit out of Soul Calibur 3. I was totally in for the whole fighting anime and fighting games. Heck, even when I was going abroad, I found myself playing Tekken. I think that was like Tekken 6 back in, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was either Tekken 6 or Tekken 5 back in 2006. And of course, Soul Calibur 2. So you could tell why I was rather indifferent to Pokemon. I was rather indifferent to Beyblade. I was rather indifferent to um what do you call this? I was not really into Yu-Gi-Oh at all. So I'm sorry to all the Pokemon fans. I'm sorry to all of the Yu-Gi-Oh fans watching, and I'm sorry to all the Beyblade fans watching. They were fun shows, I can give them that, but I was never in for them. I was never really into them at all. Not even Crush Gear Turbo. I mean, it's a decent anime. It's fun, but it wasn't for me. I know that it has, you know, a deeper story behind it because it also deals with Goya losing his older brother to an illness, and now he is basically fulfilling his legacy. So there was actually a nice story going on behind it. I'll give it that. Now, in terms of mecha, I love mecha. I mean, I remembered liking Vandred when I was a 7-year-old. I especially liked Zoids. Well, Zoids Chaotic Century and Zoids Fusors. I think those were the anime titles, Zoid anime titles that I remembered. Yeah. What else? Oh yes, Gundam Wing. I can't go wrong with Gundam Wing. It was one of my first forays into, or let alone the introduction to, the Gundam series. Then came Gundam Seed, which I also enjoyed so darn much. I caught a few episodes of Neon Genesis Evangelion. I've been rather up and down with it. Let me just message a good friend. So fair enough. I mean, I never really followed Green Arrow that much. I mean, I think he was a lot more competent in the Justice League cartoon. The same thing that goes for, yeah, Aquaman in the Justice League cartoon. He was one of the best. Did you know that he was also one of my man crushes growing up as a kid who was still kind of finding himself? Yeah. I really love looking at Aquaman's ripped torso. I mean, oh my gosh. and his long golden hair. Yeah, definitely. So I'm just gonna invite another good friend. Yeah, Shinji Ikari, I have mixed feelings about him. Totally mixed feelings about Shinji Ikari. Um, I that's why I couldn't really get into him that much. But, you know, I know that he has his issues with self-esteem, and I think the other point of contention is really all the behind the scenes chaos occurring, and so who boy. I will say this about Gainax though. I love Fooly Cooly. I mean, I have the DVD. Unfortunately, it's all the way back in Cebu, but I have the DVD. Fooly Cooly is a whole lot of fun. I never expected it to be that balls to the wall awesome. And it's something that I consider to be a once in a lifetime viewing experience. And yeah, so let me just. So Fooly Cooly or FLCL definitely is one of the best and most memorable. And another anime that I still love to this day is Welcome to the NHK. I didn't expect an anime like from 2006 to be that excellent. I know it's created by um I know that the anime also was made or the animation was done by Gonzo, and well, I know that there are also some flaws of the animation. Thanks so much, Rogue Agent. Well, you're welcome to join the stream, buddy. You're welcome to join the stream. You're totally welcome. So I'm just gonna post it on the link. Okay. Yeah, but if you thought Green Arrow was dumb, oh my goodness. You ain't seen how Aquaman was treated in Super Friends. Yeah, looking back at Super Friends, I can see why certain people don't care for it. And and it's of course a pretty campy, admittedly campy show when you look back at it. Um, and I did catch a few episodes of it growing up. It's enjoyable, but it's not a show that I'm going to remember forever and ever and ever and ever. I'm still so keen on He-Man and the Masters of the Universe and Thundercats. Hell, I mean, a He-Man and Lion-O crossover, let alone a He-Man and Thundercats crossover, seems like the coolest thing ever. It definitely seems like the coolest thing ever. And, you know, Mari Cruz, you're totally welcome to join the stream. I think you're cool. I think you're a lovely, lovely lady. And, well, I'm pretty sure that you have a lot to give to the world. I never really grew up with Justice League Task Force. But very interesting comparison, Goddess. So absolutely interesting. Um, but I remember catching that Garlic Jr. movie. It was probably one of the coolest experiences ever when watching Dragon Ball Z as an 8-year-old boy in 2000 when I was visiting my cousin. And I was also visiting, well, first, like a cousin in one of my cousins in LA, and then I ended up going to San Francisco, and caught up with a few relatives there, so a lot of good memories I had at the time. Blood the Last Vampire. I remembered loving the shit out of that movie, man. And I think what's really cool is that um it's its animation is absolutely gorgeous. I have yet to watch it again, but I remember watching this on Animax and I was like totally loving the shit out of it. It was probably one of the best um anime movies I've ever watched, and I still love it to this day. I might give it another go eventually, but I remember really loving it. But I'm also going to go out of my way and say that Tokyo Godfathers is definitely the best, one of the best of all time. Um, I have yet to have a go at Millennium Actress. Paprika, I have the DVD. It was amazing. Paprika was truly amazing. And back then, when I was in that film school, IAFT, a good friend of mine and a very good colleague of mine, Santi, he he introduced me to Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust. And that was yet another movie that I considered to be the best of all time. Its animation was excellent, the characters were totally involving, and just everything about Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust just screamed epicness, total beauty, and it just captivated me. It grabbed my attention from beginning to end. And I recommend you and I order you, please go watch Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust. If you caught the first Vampire Hunter D movie, you will love Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust a lot more because the production values increased in that movie and the fact that the characters kind of showed a lot more of depth. Yeah. Anyway, so ooh, very cool. Yeah, very cool, Rogue Agent, and very cool, Mary Cruz. So you both have like the two Vampire Hunter D movies. That's totally cool. And that's that's totally cool that you have them. Ooh. Hmm. That's a that's really cool, Rogue Agent. Absolutely cool. Hmm. Yeah, the time difference between, you know, here in Berlin to like what's going on in Cebu, Philippines is a little bit, much. But other than that, I'm oh yeah. Vampire Ballerina movie, Rogue Agent? Yeah. Um in terms of horror movies, I'm not the biggest horror movie fan. Although I will say this, I love The Shining. I think it's one of the best horror movies of all time. The fact that you have this atmosphere build up, tension, and character development, and of course, the very strong writing, not to mention, Stanley Kubrick's excellent cinematography and excellent film work. There's a reason why I keep coming back to it. And true story, when I was an acting student, let alone a 19-year-old acting student in my film school, I performed the role of Jack Torrance. Well, not necessarily the entire role, but the monologue. So if I could show it to you, I certainly will. There are 2 takes that I made. This one was when I was 19 years old, and this was filmed by one of the helpers in Maria Christina, which was my paternal grandma's house where I used to live during high school. So here we go. I don't know if you can hear this, so hang on a second.
Hi, my name's Antonio Garcia, and
Anyway, I'm gonna have to change a bit of the settings here. So, yeah. Here we go. Here we go. Let's see how it goes.
I'll be doing Jack from The Shining.
No. Yeah. So this was me back then. Looking back at the camera, it wasn't really as, great back then. Let me try again if I could hang on. All right. So I hope you could still hear me. So here we go again.
Hi, my name's Antonio Garcia, and I'll be doing Jack from The Shining.
Yeah, I'll start again. So this was me back then when I was 19. So yeah, this was me during my fat year. So here we go again.
Hi, my name's Antonio Garcia, and I'll be doing Jack from The Shining. Wendy, let me explain something to you. Whenever I'm here and you interrupt me, you are breaking my concentration. You are distracting me, and it will then take me time to get back to where I was. Understand? I'm going to make a new rule. Whenever I'm here and you hear me typing, whether you don't hear me typing, whatever the fuck I'm doing in here, when I'm in here, that means I am working. That means don't come in. Now, do you think you can handle that? Why don't you start right now and get the fuck out of here? Thank you.
Oh my. Okay.
Confidence and her old.
Excuse me. So that was an old take. That I did when I was 19. Here is, well, the one I did 5 years later when I was 24 years old and living in Berlin at the time. And I was in this acting workshop hosted by this amazing acting coach by the name of Aletta Chappelle. Thanks so much, you guys. Anyway, you will love this. I'm pretty sure you're going to love this one. This was done during an acting workshop that I did back in 2016. So that was when I was 24 years old. And this was from a workshop hosted by a very prominent acting coach by the name of Aletta Chappelle. She was really cool, and I learned a lot from her. And, well, I hope you enjoy this.
Wendy, let me explain something to you. Whenever I'm in here and you interrupt me, you're breaking my concentration. You're distracting me. And it will then take me time to get back to where I was. Understand? I'm gonna make a new rule. Whenever I'm here and you hear me typing, if you don't hear me typing, whatever the fuck I'm doing in here, when I'm in here, that means I am working. That means you don't need to come in. Now, do you think you can handle that? Why don't you start right now and get the fuck out of here?
And there you go. Yeah, I will admit that that's what I should have done. But speaking of, scary Rogue Agent, I used to do theater work. I did some theater back then. Like back then when I was studying my acting school, I also did have some stage roles as well as some experience of that. I also did a web series. I did what was that? Oh yes, I was like a guest character in another web series. So if you're looking for like a bit of music that I did that I also inserted, well, check this out. So here we go. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go.
Dead, didn't I? Well, I wasn't. But it wasn't from lack of trying, I can tell you that. Actually, Bill's last bullet put me in a coma. A coma I was to lie in for 4 years. When I woke up, I went on what the movie advertisements refer to as a roaring rampage of revenge. I roared, and I rampaged, and I got bloody satisfaction. I killed a hell lot of people to get to this point. But I only have one more. The last one. The one I'm driving to right now. The only one left. And when I arrive at my destination, I am gonna kill Bill.
Now, there's also another monologue I also enjoyed doing back then when I was doing the second round of acting workshops with Aletta Chappelle. So here we go. This was me doing JD's monologue, although looking back when I was 24 years old, I was a little bit mature when it came to doing this. That's totally cool, guys. So see you next time. I mean, granted, I may not look like Christian Slater, or that was pretty much one of my big dreams when I was a teenager. But anyways, enough about that. Here we go.
Can't believe you did it. I was teasing. I loved you. Sure, I was gonna come up here to kill you. First, I was gonna get you back with my amazing petition. It's a shame you couldn't really see what our fellow students actually signed. All right, now listen. We students at Westerberg High will die. Today, our burning bodies will be the ultimate protest to a society that degrades us. Fuck you all. I know it's not very subtle, but neither is blowing up a whole school now, is it? Talk about your suicide pacts, eh? When our school blows up tomorrow, it'll be the kind of thing that will live on throughout an entire generation. It'll be like the Woodstock for the 80s. Damn it, Veronica. We could have roasted marshmallows together.
There you go. That was my attempt at doing JD's monologue from the 1989 film Heathers, with the role originating from Christian Slater, probably one of my all-time favorite actors. Yeah, that was actually one of my pipe dreams growing up as a teenager, to act in roles like JD. Thanks so much, Rogue Agent. It was quite the experience I had doing JD, because I really enjoyed, Heathers. Mhm. Thanks so much. Thanks so much, everybody. I was definitely in the zone, so to say, when having a go at as JD, and I kind of learned a lot from not only watching the film, but sort of getting into JD's character and inhabiting him, as well as with Christian Slater doing such an amazing job in the role, and like I said, being one of my all-time favorite actors. And as I said in another live stream, that was one of my biggest pipe dreams as a teenager. After with like my first few successes as a young teen actor with supposedly with Jeff McAllister in a stage version of Home Alone, which I wanted to do back then when I was younger. I would have ended up doing a lot more with like roles like Bender from The Breakfast Club, or maybe even Brian. Yeah, Brian was pretty much more of my character growing up as a young teenager. And then if I had hit like 17 or 18, I would have probably made it as JD from Heathers, as in a stage version of Heathers, where I would have played JD because I really love the character so darn much. I know he's technically the villain, and I know I'm not supposed to feel any sort of sympathy for him because he is such a psychotic, wild, and just plainly vicious piece of shit of a person, but I can't help but feel totally charmed by him. So that's what Christian Slater managed to emit as JD, and it's 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 really amazing of how such a well-written film like Heathers could still be ingrained in my mind and in my heart and my soul. And I'll also say this: when it comes to Heathers versus Mean Girls, it's a sticky situation. I love both films, and I'm still going to give it to Heathers. It's more sharply written, it's a lot more biting and satirical. It's not afraid to, sharpen its claws at the viewers, and for darn good reason, because well, it really is the antithesis of what Breakfast Club's utopic message of hope was. And it kind of also shows you that there's not going to be a deeper meaning when it comes to a lot of the quote unquote relationships you make in high school. And I do agree with the Takes video essay on Heathers. High school really is a black comedy, and watching films like Heathers and Mean Girls does emit a sense of catharsis, because the way I see it and the reason why I care so much about Heathers and Mean Girls is because the message that I've acquired is everybody has a tendency to be mean. Everybody. I mean, doesn't matter how nice you think you are, everybody and anybody can have a bit of something shitty about them. But at the end of the day, that's what makes us human. It's what we do with it. It's what we do with it to make ourselves better people. And you also wonder why I also have such an affinity for Great Teacher Onizuka. I didn't understand it back then when I was a 12-year-old first watching the show. But now that I've grown up, I can say with confidence that Great Teacher Onizuka, it's definitely one of those shows that has spoken to me a lot more, because you got someone like Eikichi Onizuka, who's not the brightest crayon in the box, but when it comes to social skills and when it comes to people skills, he's totally there. And it's not like he wants to change a lot of these, troubled teenagers. He understands that they're troubled, but he also kind of wants to impart his own brand of wisdom. Like, it's very important for the teenage boys to live up to their words and act like real men, and also show the teenage girls that bitching and manipulating and just being such a tease doesn't make you attract like really good people. It's only gonna make you attract negative people if you choose to bitch, complain, or manipulate and just play with other people's emotions. And that's the thing I've appreciated a lot more from great teacher Onizuka. And I also have to thank, Yezo Otaku's review of that particular anime series for opening my eyes to GTO a lot more. And I think I might have read a few reviews of great teacher Onizuka, especially from them anime reviews. And I might have listened to and watched a few video essays regarding great teacher Onizuka and how impactful it was. And I was also surprised to know that there was also a manga spin-off featuring Onizuka's younger years. One of my very good IFT friends talked to me about it, and I consider it to be quite a welcome, treat. So I'll just double check with my and yes, he and I also had a lot in common. We both loved anime. I mean, I ought to invite him in one of my streams in the future because, well, he's a very cool dude and I miss him so much. I hope he's been well, and I'm pretty sure that he's been doing absolutely amazingly. This is a very interesting question, Rogue Agent. I've been thinking about this too. Well, actually, I was an extra in a couple of movies. Well, I try not to let the fame go too much into my head. I mean, it's great to also be, one of the members of the film and be just as, instrumental. But I also have to remember one thing. I can't afford to let fame go too much into my head because that's not what real work ethics is defined by in the world of the performing arts. It's supposed to be defined by perseverance, great character, and passion. I mean, those are basically the tenets in which I would love for young performers to subscribe to. And let's also not forget learning a lot from the past because I've learned a lot from watching films from not only the 1990s, let alone television shows, but also much older decades. I mean, you can't go wrong with the likes of Betty Davis. I could still remember her performance as Mildred from Of Human Bondage. And that was also another one of my pipe dreams was to also be in a theater version of Human Bondage as the main hero, Philip, the club-footed, aspiring doctor who finds himself in a frankly toxic relationship with this Cockney prostitute named Mildred. Yeah, I do owe it to myself to check that movie out a lot more in depth and not only enjoy the absolute heck out of it, but also keep an open mind of it. But yeah, I would try to make sure that I don't let it get it into my head. I think the best thing to do is, just keep working hard on my craft and don't be complacent. That's the hardest lesson I've been learning thus far. Never, ever, ever be complacent because you're just only going to make yourself, just, you're only going to make yourself kind of shitty, and that's not nice. So I'll just plug my microphone back in. Yeah, now it's back. And so thanks for that very interesting question, Rogue Agent. That was a very eye-opening one. Well, it's not just Blood the Last Vampire that also had a pseudo sequel in manga form. There was also Blood Plus from 2005, and it aired on Adult Swim in 2007. It also had a very good English dub. I mean, Carrie Walgren as Saya, absolutely amazing. Ben Diskin was also in it. Yeah, Eminem. I'll tell you one thing about Eminem. I still kind of enjoy him, but in my opinion, he's a bit overrated. Slim Shady was still a lot of fun to listen, though. Although, if you ask me, when it comes to real hip hop artists or rappers or R&B artists, I can never ever go wrong with Bell Biv DeVoe or Boyz II Men. Even Will Smith during his rapper years. Let me think. Yeah, OPP. Yeah. Or the rappers who sang OPP. Hang on a second. Because, this is sort of the side effect of watching and rewatching The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, ladies and gentlemen. This is pretty much the side effect. You've managed to become, a lot more ingrained with this type of music. You've managed to become a lot more ingrained with rap. Excuse me, Naughty by Nature. So definitely enjoyed Naughty by Nature's OPP and Das Effects. Hang on. Yep. Yeah, Das Effects. They want effects. Absolutely enjoyable video. Absolutely enjoyable. I mean, what more can you expect? Fresh Prince of Bel-Air made me appreciate rap music a lot more. And I also have to hand it to Quincy Jones. Mario Cruz, I actually saw a bit of I wouldn't call it a reboot. It's more of a reimagining. But I've seen what they've done with certain characters. What's notable was the change in Hillary, the slight change in Hillary. I've seen what they've done with her. I've seen that they've made her a lot more level-headed in stark comparison to her original sitcom counterpart, where she seems to act like such a total dimwit and daddy's girl and social climber. But in the reimagining, I really enjoyed the direction they were going for with Hillary. And I could see where it was coming from, because this was based on Hillary having a lot of connections with celebrities. And she was also having a go at catering after she dropped out of college. And even after her catering stint, she ended up also having a go at being a weather girl in season 3 before starting to have her own talk show by about season 4 or 5. Yeah, season 4. And then she became the host of her talk show and just ended up doing a lot more. So it was sort of a gradual growth, whereas the Bel-Air Hillary, she basically sort of brings the term self-made influencer young woman to the 21st century. So it's basically an amalgamation of her being surprisingly media trained and owning her style and being, you know, not taking crap from anybody. So those are definitely things that I enjoyed about the Bel Air Hillary. I also kind of liked how they were able to explore Aunt Viv in this reimagining a lot more, like delve into a lot more of her passions, like her artistic and creative side a lot more. Because, well, what I've seen in the original Fresh Prince of Bel Air in terms of Aunt Viv, um, yeah, I know. There are a lot of people who've already made their takes on, Aunt Viv's, you know, downgrade from being this high-flying, strong-minded university professor who, in a way, made me learn to never take the likes of Amiri Baraka for granted. And she's also helped me to learn to love spirituals in a more profound way. Thank you, Janet Hubert Witten as the OG Aunt Viv. Whereas with Daphne Maxwell Reid, well, I could see why there is some contention with having her on there because, well, first of all, I think it was basically the writers just not so sure how to, go through this particular hurdle because by the time Janet Hubert was pregnant, she was dealing with a lot of, difficulty at home. And around the time that happened, you know, she was also dealing with a very broken marriage with, I think, her ex-husband, and her home life didn't really improve that much back then, and it got so bad that she and Will ended up falling apart. And well, you just have to watch my video on what I think about the whole, cast change from from Janet Hubert to Daphne Maxwell Reid as Aunt Viv. But I think it was just the result of the writers being totally unsure of how to negotiate this and how to, give her character a lot more agency. So just want to double check, Yeah, so it was a very hard experience, especially for the original Aunt Viv, i.e., Janet Hubert, to endure, and the after effects of having the new Aunt Viv on board. I don't like to, throw shade on Daphne Maxwell Reid. I think she's a very wonderful actress. The fact that she was also college educated and had a degree in interior design and just showed her work in the visual arts made her absolutely brilliant in her own special way. And that's something that I consider to be very precious from her. So I definitely salute her for everything that she's been doing thus far as an artist. And, well, although I still enjoy both performances of Aunt Viv, I can never go wrong with Janet Hubert as the original Aunt Viv. I mean, she was vibrant. She was a character all of her own. She had a lot of great moments. And the best thing about having Cassandra Freeman as the Aunt Viv of the in the Bel Air reimagining is that she was able to be her own Aunt Viv. She was able to be her own person. She didn't, you know, subscribe to the or didn't even like follow the nostalgic throes of the OG Aunt Vivs, i.e., Janet Hubert and Daphne Maxwell Reid. She was essentially her own artist, and she was able to own it all the way through, no questions asked. So, yeah, that's all I have to say about the Bel Air reimagining. I'm still gonna stick with the original because, well, the more I look back at the Fresh Prince of Bel Air and various, 1990s black sitcoms, I realized that the trend at the time was featuring a lot more hip hop, R&B, and rap music. And I think it's also, yeah, those were cultural signifiers of what a lot of young people were into at the time. And now that I've learned to re-embrace and rediscover those so-called golden ages of my youth, I kind of have to say that I've appreciated the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air a lot more. Because, mind you, I didn't start seriously watching it. I've only browsed through it when I was like an 11-year-old and it was featured on the 2003 Kids Choice Awards. And by the time I was 13 years old, I caught some episodes of The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air when I was in Hawaii with my parents. And, well, after catching some episodes of The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, I automatically loved it. Like, I loved the absolute heck out of it. The show was not only entertaining, but it was also, when you get into it a lot more, you start realizing that it addresses some really tough issues, especially when it comes to black on black prejudice and racial profiling and a lot of the social issues that are still relevant to this day. So I do have to respect the people behind the Fresh Prince of Bel Air for making something extremely amazing. From Benny Medina to Andy and Susan Borowitz to Quincy Jones, and even to Will Smith himself, as well as, yes, the great James Avery. I miss him every day. Both Janet Hubert and Daphne Maxwell Reid, Joseph Marcel, Karen Parsons, Alfonso Ribeiro, Tatiana Ali, and yes, even Ross Bagley from seasons 5 to 6. I even enjoyed a lot of the guest stars that appeared on The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, like Garcelle Beauvais, and you even had Malcolm Jamal Warner, one of the Cosby Show alumni, on The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. I mean, he was, well, in 2 episodes, but he was also a director in one season, 1 episode. So he had the lion's share of contributions to the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, considering that he was a Cosby Show alumnus, being very well known for his performance as Theo from that said show. Now, there were also some other Cosby Show alumni featured on Fresh Prince. I mean, Kadeem Hardison, although he was in the spin-off show A Different World, I still count him as a Cosby Show alumnus who found himself on The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. And then you had Alan Payne in season 2 and Michonne Lee in season 4. So that's already a lot more Cosby Show alumni on there. Not to mention Raven Simone from her beginnings as little Olivia during the I think it might have, sixth season. Yeah, sixth season of The Cosby Show. She found herself acting as Claudia from season 2's Vying for Attention. I would say that it really is more of an annoyance. The whole Will slap thing, the whole Will Smith slap at Chris Rock thing. Yeah, I would say that it's more of a it's both. It's both. I mean, I'm not going to excuse the shit that Will Smith did to Chris Rock at the Oscars. I know that, you know, Chris Rock was just doing his thing as a stand-up comedian and a veteran comedian at that. But I felt like Chris Rock did kind of push it a bit far with, you know, emphasizing Jada Pinkett Smith's alopecia, which was what made Will Smith completely pissed at him. And now he just ends up not being at the Oscars. Oh boy. I just stopped caring about it. I know it's still kind of darkly humorous in hindsight, and it's become kind of a meme these days. But why bother? Why bother? I mean, I think the big issue, and that's something that I've also talked to in terms of like my host family in Sydney. They had this to argue about Will Smith. He let his fame get to his head. And I could kind of understand why. I mean, that slap was sort of the culmination of trying to maintain this charismatic and affable and charming gentleman who so happens to be a caring father to all of his kids, even though he ended up being married twice. Yeah, I do agree with you, Axel Blade. I do agree with you, Jace. It is annoying. It is annoying. I mean, people just can't seem to let it go, but oh, fine, whatever. It ended up being part of popular culture anyway. You can't do much about it. Yeah. Yeah. But you know, like I said, Axel, I mean, you're always welcome to join. You're always welcome to join if you still feel like you want to talk about it, because it's kind of better this way, really, because for me, anyway. Yeah. But looking back at that whole Will Smith slap fiasco, it's freaking, it is annoying. Oh my, he's back. He's here. Sup, Jace? Sorry. Wait,
It's
sorry, a
cool.
little bit long.
Sorry if I talked while I was eating.
It's fine. No worries about it, man.
So, the Will Smith slap, I feel it was an annoyance.
Yeah, definitely.
My
It's
mom
just,
feels that Chris Rock went a little too far.
yeah. I think Chris Rock just pushed the envelope a little bit too much, but I know that he is this irreverent comedian, and I still enjoy a good number of Chris Rock's comedy work. But yeah, I mean, he did push it. He did push it a bit far. He kind of did. But then again, you know, real comedians would push the envelope to hell with political correctness, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, back then I remembered I used to complain about this one stand-up comedian who constantly swore, but I was like, nowadays that I've grown up, I'm saying, no, I don't care anymore. I think I'm actually cool with, you know, comedians being politically incorrect. I would rather encourage comedians to remain as politically incorrect as possible. So long as you know your timing, so long as you know your punchlines, so long as you are fully aware of what the hell you need to do and keep them in a nice flow.
Yeah. And come to think of it, Trey Parker and Matt Stone always take those notes multiple times.
Oh yeah, that's why I still respect them. Still love and respect, you know, Trey Parker and Matt Stone. I'm not the hard I'm not the most hardcore South Park fan of all time, but I still consider it to be a
Mm-hmm.
show that I can enjoy from time to time. I can still enjoy South Park from time to time whenever I'm having a bit of a shitty day. I mean, there's still some of the songs I still enjoyed from South Park, like Kyle's Mom's a Bitch song from the South Park movie. Classic.
Bigger, longer, uncut.
Absolutely. The fact that Blame Canada also played at the Oscars
Mm-hmm.
with Robin Williams singing it just goes to show you how impactful the show really was.
Rest in peace, Robin Williams.
Absolutely. Yeah, Mario Cruz. I do kind of agree where you're coming from. I mean, I don't know why the hell they were even in the Oscars in the first place, though. I get it because Will Smith was nominated for King Richard, this biopic of Serena's and Venus Williams' dad. And I think the consensus was that this was one of the moments where he really proved himself to be a real actor.
Yeah, I agree with the concept.
That's true. Definitely. Um, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of shit that tends to go on in the Oscars. Well,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I mean, even if you look back in 1976, I had a very frank conversation about why I felt so indifferent to Rocky losing to Network. And according to one of my very good friends and fellow content creators, Aaron Mehta, who so happens to be Patricia's of Old School Lane's husband, he said that, well, the thing about the Oscars is that there's a lot of dirty politics occurring because if you have a film like Network that satirizes the media and that's not afraid to like provide biting critiques about it and have it lose to a more inspirational film about a boxer, you know you're not going to have fun.
Yeah.
And that's the biggest shame about Network losing to Rocky because it garnered multiple upon multiple awards, like Best Supporting Actress for Beatrice Straight, Best I think Ned Beatty was like Best Supporting Actor. I am not so sure anymore. But Best Actress was Faye Dunaway. The posthumous Best Actor was Peter Finch, and then his widow ended up taking the stage to attain the award. I think Sidney Lumet also acquired an award for that. But the fact that Network freaking lost to Rocky, that was the biggest shock back in 1976.
Yeah. Even though I thought Rocky was a good movie based on some of the clips that I have seen, it didn't need to win the Oscars.
But I could see why, because it's simple. When you have a film that is that biting and satirical about the media, you know that the Oscars are going to feel a bit iffy about a film sort of winning that title. That's kind of a similar experience. And of course, speaking about network, I question why on earth wasn't Marlene Warfield even given a nomination for Best Supporting Actress, because she had as much of the screen time as Beatrice Straight had. So it would have made a lot more sense for Beatrice Straight and Marlene Warfield to have acquired, Best Supporting Actress. And hell, I would have loved to have Marlene Warfield win it. Oh, I get it, because she was a Black woman, which is a shame, really.
Yeah.
But then again, you had Hattie McDaniel win Best Supporting Actress like in 1939 for Gone with the Wind, and she was playing a mammy.
Oh yeah, that brings me into why I'm so iffy with the Oscars. There's a lot of films there that they seem to have toxic fan bases.
Yeah, definitely. Not to mention, the way I see the Oscars and I perceive the Oscars is that there's something completely elitist about the Academy Awards. And why do you think I would take, the Emmys a little bit more seriously, and even something like Teen's Choice Award and Kids Choice Award a lot more seriously? Because at least these were people who gave a shit about certain things about entertainment.
Yep.
When Kids Choice Award back in the 90s and 2000s, which were arguably its golden years.
Yeah. And
Not to mention, by the time Kids Choice 2002 rolled around, I started to have a little bit of a crush on Alexa Vega. She was cute.
Alexa Vega from the Spy Kids.
She was freaking cute when she was young, and look at her these days. Okay, Rogue Agent, see ya. See you next time. She was freaking cute. I couldn't. I mean, I kind of had a crush on her back then when I was a 10-year-old boy. I mean, she was cute.
Yeah.
And Hilary Duff, she was also lovely. And you know what I'm going to say? I actually like Hilary Duff probably a lot more than Raven-Symoné. Now, don't get me wrong. I still think that Raven-Symoné had a very fine and beautiful sounding voice when she sang her R&B, songs. And she's got a lot of good ones to match. But when it comes to her time on That's So Raven, I just felt rather iffy about her, because there were times that she tended to like overact, and she kind of got on my nerves. And well, I just didn't particularly care for a lot of my, former girl classmates acting all bitchy and catty at that age, sort of because of the terrible effect that Disney Channel had on them.
So there was a discovery I had made. I had been watching films like Falling Down, directed by Joel Schumacher.
Okay.
There were a ton of films made in that genre,
Mm-hmm.
but the first one that comes to mind is Taxi Driver.
Ooh, yes.
That might have been an influential film on social commentary in what we perceive to be a broken society.
Mm-hmm.
So I just wish that if done right, we could have some films that raise awareness about broken societies. The
Mhm.
latest one to come out of this was God Bless America.
Oh yeah.
But all these films have garnered controversy simply because the main character is armed with a gun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Which,
I mean, I can kind of understand where defense is coming from. Or what was I forgot his name. You know, the
William
gentleman that
Defense Foster.
yes, Bill Foster. I can see where Bill Foster is coming from. I could see that after years of being this respectable law clerk and law practitioner, it seems like people have just strayed away from that respectability stuff and just become loose.
Yeah. But I feel sympathetic for him, but that doesn't mean I condone what he did.
I ain't gonna condone Bill for what he did at all. I ain't, but I understand him.
Also, hey, Tony.
So, besides, case in point to let you see how I thought about Alexa Vega being cute, because this was one of the, excuse me, this was one of the clips that made me say, yeah, I think she was freaking cute. Hang on a second, I'm gonna show you right there. I know this isn't really the Kids Choice Awards 2002 clip, but here you go. Hang on.
Mm-hmm.
I think I better make another adjustment again.
Good
Hang on a
idea.
second. Uh-oh. Yeah. Hold it right there. Just make another adjustment.
And your mic is off.
No worries. I'm back in business. So this is what I want to show you, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm keeping in tune with my 1080p monitor.
Hold it right there. She was so cute. Oh my god, those braids.
Yeah.
She was so cute. Oh my god, excuse me. I forgot to share the screen. I totally forgot to share the screen. This was Alexa Vega. Oh, okay. Now I'll have to replay that. Replay that little clip. Here we go. Get
Oh
ready.
man, that was from my childhood. Blues Clues, 100 episodes.
Yeah.
A toast with strawberry jam to Blue's Clues.
Here you go. Just darling cuteness when she was about 14 or 13. She was so adorable. Yep. My God.
Yep, she was beautiful as a teenager.
Absolutely. You know who else was gorgeous? Hilary Duff. Okay, that was Nick Cannon.
Yeah. Oh, baby. I don't have toast, but here's a bagel.
That's Hilary Duff, right?
Yes. Absolutely gorgeous. And to quote the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air and to use lingo from the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, she was fly. She was a fly honey. She was a fly honey, brother. Yeah,
Yep.
Hillary Duff was a fly honey, and so was Alexa Vega. She was a fly honey. Absolutely
Yeah.
fly honey back then. I saw back there when I was a 10-year-old, I perceived both Alexa Vega and Hillary Duff as fly honeys.
hmm And I saw a cameo from Steve Irwin. May he rest in peace.
Yes, it was really tragic what happened to him back in 2006. As an impressionable 14-year-old, I still couldn't believe that happened to him.
Yeah.
She was a freaking cutie back then. I could not believe I had kind of a crush on Alexa Vega. You know, she was adorable, absolutely beautiful, and she's doing the mom thing these days.
Yeah, I think she might have taken a break from acting.
Yep. Same thing with Hillary Duff. I'm so happy for both Alexa Vega and Hillary Duff. They've become, from what I could see, really good moms. I mean, Hillary Duff doesn't want her kids to go into acting because I could see where Hillary Duff was coming from, because the thing about Hillary Duff, when she had to go at acting, she was constantly pigeonholed to these girl next door roles, which is a big shame because, well, when you think about a lot of the when you think about a lot of the roles that Hillary Duff did when she was a teenager, especially with Lizzie McGuire, you realize that she's done a lot of, well, these girl next door roles. Oh, and we got Mari Cruz on board. Hello, Mari Cruz.
Hey, Mario Cruz.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
We can hear you.
totally. So you happen to have your camera on?
It should be on.
Okay.
For some reason,
you.
I'm looking at a gray screen. Is it busted?
Wait a minute.
Okay.
I think because I'm not part of the streaming platform.
StreamYard?
Yeah, StreamYard.
StreamYard.
Yeah, I see a gray screen.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
Not so
I think
sure
your
if you
camera
like
is
your
broken.
camera. Oh, excuse. Go ahead, Jace. You were saying?
Unfortunately, Mario Cruz, I think your camera is busted. I'm not a certified technician, and I can't diagnose it.
But at least we can hear you.
Yeah.
You still there?
I heard her.
I can.
Oh, okay.
On my
Good,
computer,
good.
my camera's working fine on my computer, but
Okay.
on the StreamYard platform, nothing.
Oh my.
Oh dear.
That's weird. I think you have to that's weird. But
wait, I think I know what the problem is. You have to enable your camera
yeah, I
and
think
your
so.
microphone.
Yeah.
With the StreamYard website. That's what I do.
That's true. That's true. Ah, cool. There you go. We can see you now, Mari Cruz.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, but thing is, my camera doesn't do the zoom in out. So this has to bring a close up of me.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So we've been talking about like, how I used to think that Alexa Vega and Hilary Duff were like the most gorgeous young ladies in their glorious primes in the 2000s. And I'm glad to see them doing well as mothers to their children. Very glad. I mean, I'm also really happy for Alexa that she ended up having a much happier marriage with Carlos Pena from Big Time Rush, even though I never, ever, ever, ever cared for Big Time Rush at all. And Hilary Duff, yeah, she's doing great as a mom these days. So, definitely salute them.
Well, I'm glad that
I can't hear you, Mary Cruz. I think we lost what you were saying.
yeah. Well, see, my mic has a delay.
Okay. Understandable.
It's understandable. And I see a
Mhm.
pet.
Yeah. So lovely.
Oh, see,
So,
my dog.
Ah.
so you're a dog owner? I was a
Dog and
dog
cat
owner.
Mm. Lovely, lovely, lovely.
I got a custom mouse pad of my doggo who passed away when I was younger.
Oh my God, Jace, that's so lovely.
Yeah. It says, and I quote in the text that glows, he will live on,
Oh, that's
as
sweet.
in Max.
Oh wow. So lovely.
I
Yeah,
had
it's,
another dog that passed away too. About a couple years. About a couple years ago.
Okay.
yeah, it's unfortunate that Max passed away because diabetes was slowly eating him away.
Oh
But
man.
that has got to be one of the worst ways to lose your life. Diabetes. It's
Oh man.
almost as bad as cancer.
No shit, man.
If you're a dog owner and you've lost a pet because of that, my heartfelt condolences.
Mm. Yeah. Definitely. I mean, I've had some experiences with pets too, and I still kind of regret the fact that I haven't spent as much time with my pet fighting fish when I was like 17 to 18 years old. And uh, it still haunts me and hurts me, because that was given to me by a colleague from my old high school. I never really expected my colleague to like give me a fighting fish as a Christmas gift. I was kind of befuddled because at the time when I was 17, I kind of outgrew having pets. I wanted to like travel a lot more. I just thought that, back then having a pet would be a bit of a burden because, when you're 17 and when you're still young, you want to experience the world outside your home. You want to like get out of your comfort zone. The last thing that you want is to be a pet owner at that very volatile age. And I guess it kind of came at a rather bad timing because, you know, I didn't really spend as much time with him as I would have loved to, which still saddens me. And yeah, underfed. And I was like, I felt so angry and sad and just, you know, I know I can't really justify it, and it just makes me feel kind of bad because I really would have loved to spend more time with my fighting fish, you know. But even I know that fighting fish don't really live that long, and that fact in of itself was already sobering,
Yeah.
you know.
And I've actually heard of, and I've actually come to realize that retiring from one site just to keep my account active, that might be an impossible task. In this case, DeviantArt.
Right.
It's impossible for me to retire from that site.
Mm. I'd rather, you know, keep, you know, posting whatever written pieces I have on there and art and all of that. Listen, I mean, Inu Aya month back in April, it was kind of a bust because I was pretty much the only one, you know, pumping out Inu Aya related content, i.e., fan art, whilst I was starting my master's thesis. And it was rather upsetting when you feel like you're the only one who supports like this particular pairing. Although I will say this though, there was one fellow DN artist who contributed that lovely piece of work, you know, for Inu Aya month, and it was a crossover with Inuyasha Nayame and Sonic and Tidal, which I thought was really fun.
Oh yeah, Sonic is one of my big interests. I've been
Mm.
into it ever since I played Sonic Unleashed, and I played as Sonic in Brawl, and I mean Smash Brothers Brawl.
And what about you, Mara Cruz? What was your experience with Sonic?
Well, I was not that much like. Well, I was not that much into the video games, but I used to have a Sega Genesis after the Sega Game Gear. I was really into the Saturday morning cartoon Sonic had cartoon.
Oh yeah, that was
Oh,
also
there's the overlooked Satam cartoon.
yeah the zany
I have a
one.
very
Oh, excuse me.
biased, I want to say, perspective with that show.
Oh, okay. See, oh yeah, the sort of epic one. Yeah, the story driven one. The Sonic Satam. Yeah, Sonic Satam was the story driven one.
I got the two DVDs of the series.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, that's cool. I've had some experiences with Sonic Satam, but I haven't seen the whole show, beginning to end.
Ah,
And I have those same DVDs.
cool.
Plus the new Wild Brain DVD.
Oh wow, that is so lovely, Maria Cruz.
Thank you.
Nice. I'm currently thinking about my Sonic Rebirth fan series and what to do to pay homage to Satam.
Mm-hmm.
And I was thinking, if I made it like a Japanese anime, it would have to be a lot more dark I want to say.
Yeah. I mean, there is Sonic X, though.
Yeah, I thought the English dub was just meh.
Mm-hmm.
There was another Sonic anime
The OVA.
was distributed by ADV.
Oh yeah,
Really?
the OVA. I remember that one.
Ah, me neither. I had no idea that thing existed. Hang on.
There's a clip
Oh, the
in
Sonic
which
the Hedgehog OVA. Uh-huh.
there was a clip in the English dub where Sonic said, "Shut up, Tails."
Uh-huh.
And I've seen parodies of that dub, more specifically the abridged versions, but they were made by a condescending user who I shall refuse to mention.
I hope it's not Confused Matthew.
Nope.
Okay, fine. I don't need to know either.
I am not going to mention him.
Fine with me. I respect your wishes.
It's out of respect for those who have been SA'd by him.
Oh my gosh. God have mercy, man.
Yeah, I have morals when it comes to that questionable method.
Oh, man.
Yeah. So, not my cup of tea.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. But on to later subjects. Yeah, I was surprised to know that there was a Sonic OVA. Really surprised. I didn't expect that either.
Yep. I had forgotten it existed. Takashi Kusao, Dragon Ball fame, voiced Sonic in the Japanese release.
I thought it was. I think. For Sonic Side AM, or for the OVA.
OVA.
That's strange because I'm checking Wikipedia right now, and it says that in the ADV films released in the US, he was voiced by Masami Kikuchi.
I think I might have gotten my voice actors wrong because my sources are not 100% correct. Nah.
Okay. Let's see. Takeshi Kusao. Because I know Takeshi Kusao not only as Bankotsu from Inuyasha and Trunks from Dragon Ball Z. Oh, I could see where you're coming from because he was Sonic in the video game.
The arcade game?
Video game. It was called Sega Sonic the Hedgehog from 1993.
Yeah, that's the original debut of Mighty and Ray before they became popular enough for fan demand to bring them back.
Right. Anyway, Mari Cruz. You also know Takeshi Kusao? Still there, Mari Cruz?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, that's good to know. So you happen to be familiar with Takeshi Kusao and his body of work?
No, not really.
He was actually a prominent voice actor, you know. Did a lot in the late 80s. his debut was Kai from Akira, and then he started to do a lot of other roles. Like he did Bankotsu from Inuyasha. He did he was also the voice of Magatsuhi from Inuyasha, the final act, and of course the demon of the Shikon Jewel in that same anime. And he was also Trunks from Dragon Ball Z, and older Upa as well from Dragon Ball Z. So let's not forget about Dragon Ball GT. And he was also Kyoichi Sayonji from Revolutionary Girl Utena.
Wow.
So he's quite a prolific voice actor.
Mm-hmm. I've heard of voice actors in the Japanese source material becoming more prominent within and I want to say the anime.
Mm-hmm. Actually, Tony Montana, yeah, I've been aware of his existence back when I was a 17 going an 18-year-old back in early 2010. Eli, who you might guys know as the cartoon hero, or in his much older account on YouTube, Shinobi Flare, he kind of brought up Confused Matthews' really shitty review of The Lion King. Mm-hmm.
That was a very bad hot take.
Indeed. Thank goodness I didn't even want to bother watching it in full.
Yeah. So, if you have an unpopular opinion, don't force others to agree with you. Just say, this is my unpopular opinion. You are free to disagree, but you don't have to argue.
Exactly.
Like, for example, I'm not the biggest fan of the Sonic Archie comics, mainly because I have little knowledge of them.
Mm-hmm.
So I tend to stay away from the comic can of worms.
Mm-hmm.
I used to collect Sonic Archie comics. I used to live in San Antonio.
That's cool.
Wonderful, wonderful.
But when I moved to Rockport, I wasn't able to renew my subscription, so I had to give it up.
Whoa.
Yeah. Another hot take I have is the only Disney Star Wars I can consider canon is Rogue One. You don't have to agree, but you can post your own opinion on what's good, what's bad about that franchise. There's no need to argue, just think of your own opinions.
Right.
Now, as for this opinion that is going to sound very controversial, I believe Super Mario Brothers 2 Japan is so hard that and it couldn't even be played in North America.
Mm,
It was harder than Castlevania.
right.
So I think Doki Doki No Panic for the NES as Super Mario Brothers 2 was pretty good. Hold my flame shield.
Yeah, I mean, I really enjoy Eli's work, whether he was Shinobi Flare or the cartoon hero. He was dang enjoyable. He was sort of one of the very people who helped me, or in a way, get me into being the online reviewer that I am today. Well, not just Eli Stone, mind you, but also Brandon Nichols as the hardcore kid. Nowadays, he's known as the hardcore dude.
Yeah.
Did you guys
So
watch any of those videos as well?
I haven't watched them mainly because I've been too focused on Nostalgia Critic, an angry video game nerd.
Mm,
Which is
what about you?
unfortunate because
Yeah.
confusion.
Yeah. What about you, Mara Cruz? Did you also follow the Nostalgia Critic and Angry Video Game Nerd?
I used to be a fan of the Nostalgia Critic.
Come again?
But we had to do the Cliptus reviews.
Uh-oh.
His interview belt went to a slight downward ever since the old controversy with the channel Awesome Crew and
Yeah.
producers. I gave up on Nostalgia Critic altogether.
Yeah, I used to pay attention to Nostalgia Critic. Now I don't find him to be a credible source.
Exactly. I mean, it's kind of scary to know that I used to like him so much when I was like 17 years old, 18 years old. And, you know, I could see where the bandwagon was coming from a lot of my reviewer friends, you know. I mean, Eli Stone, Brandon Nichols, Logan Reidenbaugh, um, who else? Giarcotta, and a whole bunch, and I think even some, and a whole bunch of people who looked up to the Nostalgia Critic. Some because of his filming, others because of his reviewing style. I think they all looked up to him and realized just how powerful his influence was when it comes to media criticism. But ever since the whole controversy about Change the Channel came along in 2018 and all the behind the scenes shit that was going on, I just already gave up on Doug Walker altogether. And
Me
I had a very,
personally,
yeah,
I agree. I've quit being a member of Channel Awesome, even though I never was one.
yeah.
I want to see reviews done with effort. Just plain old effort.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't
even
care if he reviews the live action Full Metal Alchemist. He has to put effort into it.
yeah, but I think it's just, Yeah.
Angry Video Game Nerd, but I haven't seen his videos for a long time.
What was that? I didn't catch you, Mary Cruz.
I still follow the Angry Video Game Nerd.
Oh, you follow the AVGN.
Yeah, but I haven't watched his latest videos for a long time.
Yeah, me neither. I will say this about James Rolfe, because, you know, the thing I actually admire about James Rolfe is that he actually gives a damn about making films. He really gives more of a damn than Doug Walker ever could.
Yeah. James, he cares about his movies. Even if some of them aren't like 5 out of 5s, if some of them are 1 out of 5s, he still cares and he wants to do this as a professional or independent hobby.
Definitely. And you could see the eye for detail that he has, and you know how professional he truly is. So that's something I continue to salute on him for, because he really shows the effort.
Yeah.
And don't get me started on all the shit that was going on in Change the Channel, especially with a certain Juwario. Does it ring any bells?
I do not want to talk about him. I looked up to him and I feel dirty for looking up to him.
Definitely. I had a friend
to do the following: separate the art from the artist.
Yep. I've had a very frank conversation with a very good friend that I also look up to like a big brother. He's known as the Lava Buster, and I love a lot of his reviews on animated installments. Like he really does focus on the writing, because he's also a writer. And what he's got to say about, you know, about the Nostalgia Critic as a reviewer, like the Nostalgia Critic as a reviewer, he's a hack. Let's put it blatantly. Let's put it bluntly. He's a hack.
Put it as bluntly as possible. He's a copycat. Yeah. Sorry, fans.
Yeah. So I think the worst thing about Doug Walker, aka the Nostalgia Critic, is that he is one of the prominent purveyors of bad faith media criticism. It's like he judges certain films and television shows based on really ridiculous standards and not really following them for what they truly are. And
yeah,
the worst part is he doesn't even do proper research. Like, I am still not going to forgive him. I'm not going to forgive him for his whole Nickelodeon retrospective. That was absolutely half-assed. Truly half-assed. Like, if you're not...
I understand that he didn't grow up with Power Rangers, but I will not forgive him for reviewing the 95 movie. And complaining about Zach and Trini leaving the show.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I could barely take him seriously as a reviewer. I mean, first and foremost, I think he was mostly a comedian, or at least he tries to be. So maybe that's just something that I've also learned to accept. And there's this really nice video that Cheyenne Lynn made about the Nostalgia Critic, and how he was one of the purveyors of bad faith media criticism. You guys should check it out. It's really, really good. Hang on.
And yeah, I'll definitely give it a shot.
I do agree with her points, because the fact that, you know, he had that much influence, but still, yeah. It's called The Existential Horror of the Nostalgia Critic. It's called The Existential Horror of the Nostalgia Critic and Bad Faith Media Criticism. I really
Yeah.
recommend this video to you guys because this is definitely a video essay that I've also learned to appreciate a lot more. And there were also other people who just no longer found themselves liking the Nostalgia Critic anymore because of the fact that he is the purveyor of bad faith media criticism. And worst of all, he just couldn't really respect his own boundaries when it comes to the stuff that he reviews.
Yeah. And if anyone has anything I could review or that we could review, let us know. Because I was thinking of reviewing Woolen Warriors with a friend. There's 13 episodes based on a 25th season of a Taiwanese puppet show called Peely, which is not bad. As in, Peely is not bad, but Woolen Warriors just took it apart, changed everything about it, and just messed it up. They destroyed the source.
Right.
And this aired on February 6th, February 4th, 2006. I don't know if any of you were watching Toonami at that time, but that was a dark omen.
Of what was to come, right?
Yeah. Here's how I feel about Woolen Warriors. It's an atrociously dubbed version of Peely.
Yeah. It was, I think looking back at it, it was kind of stupid.
Yeah. They turned a silent character named Scar into a talkative jerkwad who constantly made jokes about pizza in the first episode. I'm sure you're all aware of this infamous joke. You know what this means? Pizza party? No. It means we must return to the academy. To eat pizza? No. To consult the oracle. The pizza oracle? There is no pizza oracle, Scar.
Oh my! I think they tried to be like Samurai Pizza Cats, and quite frankly, a lot of the gag dubs that we grew up with in the '90s.
But
I can see where they come from. Yeah.
Horribly.
You want to know a gag dub that is actually well done in anime?
Let's see. What's a gag that's well executed in anime?
Or a gag dub? Ghost Stories. You heard that anime before?
I never saw the show, but I think it's a good parody dub, as I like to call it. It's not Seltzerberg humor all over.
Here, let me introduce to you a clip of this particular anime. And hang on a second. Here we go.
No corren in the hospital, cabrones. Perdón, ¿has visto a niño? No corren in the hospital, cabrones. Perdón, ¿has visto a niño que luce que este es el primo claro? No, estúpida. Adiós, gracias. Dije que no corren.
Can you believe that the girl who was speaking as the nurse was actually a white girl? Actually, Brittany Karbowski.
That was hilarious. It's a parody dub. No humor from Seltzerberg involved.
Hmm. Well, you thought you seemed well. Actually, there's a compilation of like. There's a compilation, really, of some of the funniest moments from Ghost Stories that I've continued to enjoy to this day. So here we go, Ghost Stories. The context is completely gone.
This teacher needs to get laid more than you do, Leah.
You're right. Oh, yeah. Bang Me Till I'm Screaming by Raging Horny Pussy Sluts. Oh, this is perfect. Good. Then you can do the broadcast so I can bang up on Sakata before third period. I mean, Mr. Sakata and I have a very private teacher-teacher conference we have to do this
Calm
afternoon.
down.
Wow, I can't even comprehend how Where is Amy Apostle at?
Leave me alone. I'm doing my standard anime elbows up pose.
Manshira!
Hey, Teach.
Miss Matsu wants me. I mean, Miss Matsushima needs a little favor.
No,
She's
please.
giving you an F on that terrible term paper you did when she came in complaining of cramps. I tried to be consoling, but I really don't like her. If her mother didn't tell her what a fucking bitch blood and pain is every month, it ain't my goddamn problem.
I'll do the broadcast if you never talk to me again, please.
Good girl. You keep sucking up like this and I'll make you valedictorian. Harvard's in the bag.
Okay, but I want primetime next year. Got it?
Good, I've got a hot load with my name on it.
Sakata's banging the living fuck out of Matsushima.
Are you gonna take video for me? Hey, did my sister go too?
No, dude, I don't think they invited her.
Gee. Blessings be. Boy, have you guys missed everything.
Hey, where's your sister, Ketchero?
Well, one thing's for sure, she's not getting the living fuck banged out of her by Mr. Staccato. What? They're poisoning his mind!
What do you really hear?
How hard can this be? All means it broadcasts to all the school, and laid means I'm horny. I've explained it 6 times, and Sakata's waiting. Do you have this down yet?
Yes.
I
At 4:30,
think this is the
hit
best
all.
parody
Got
dub
it?
I've ever seen.
Ooh, that reminds me, I've got something hard and bent waiting for me.
God, you're making me sick!
One day you'll understand the benefits of a good curve.
Go!
God, I hope
I think
Sakata's
I
curves
should
hard
take a
left.
break
That hits
now.
my spot like you won't believe.
I'll see you later.
Oh,
Right.
this is not
Yeah.
happening. That was a close one. I thought I was going to have you do me for a second there, or at least have a moment alone with that mic.
Bye!
Oh my God, what the hell's happening here? These are the fastest lip flaps I've ever had to sing. I mean, have you heard about the sports festival?
Yes, the sports festival. That's what this whole episode's about.
Okay, let's stop breaking the third wall. They're thinking about canceling the sports festival.
You can't cancel the festival. One little retarded boy has this hard set on this thing. Not to mention all the hours and hours this very handsome personal trainer has spent helping the little dweeb. If you won't think of him to consider all the Halo playing and monkey spanking, I'm time to go Great Santini on his ass. You want to be an Air Force Ranger. You want to live a life of danger. You don't
I
want to
tell
get
you.
raped by strangers.
One of the greatest gag
Think of
dubs
a
all
big
time.
black man chasing you. Well, he's not racist.
I guess not. He's only 0.2 seconds fast.
The number you've dialed is no longer in service. Hey, maybe if they paid their fucking phone bill, you could call again.
Asian trash can't pay the phone.
Miyuki? Miyuki is my older sister. I'm her younger, cuter sister, Yuki.
Oh, sorry, all you little yellow people look alike to me. And African Americans, but not the Mexicans. Why do you think that is? I mean, don't you find that just the weirdest thing? Now that's a view!
A view of the blood-stained lake.
Bloodstained lake?
Despite it being blue.
Oh, it may be blue now, but soon it will be redder than Republican Texas.
Ooh.
I can't even look at it. See, right now, I'm even turning away, not looking at it.
You're weird.
No, I'm serious, bitch. I swear to God, blue.
Hey, can you guys hear anything? You know what I hear? I hear the sound of you shutting the fuck up. Let's see. 7? What the fuck are you talking about? Machi. I mean, hello. I'm sorry to call you at this hour. Can I speak to Tomomi?
Tomomi? Ain't no Tomomi girl living here, so what?
I know, right?
Get your crackhead ass into some
I
rehab.
really
ain't got
do
time for this
recommend
bullshit.
watching Ghost Stories because the gag is hilarious.
stupid Jew!
Oh, spirit of bitches. Oh, soul of skanks. And the fanboy spawn whose breath is rank. Hear my prayer, oh powers that be. One curious by Brittany and glitter from Claire's boutique. Oh my god! Be Satan! Be Satan! Be Satan! Oh, sorry about that. I mean, grant our wishes and deep desires. To hell with right and wrong. Bitch! I'm on fire! Heil Hitler.
No, right, Tony?
She's a ghost animal!
I've got to fill out my Special Olympics application.
Special
This feels like
Olympics. Can't wait!
Leave him alone.
Yeah, no.
I'm gonna do shot put. Can you show me where to put shot spot?
Ketchero, what do you want for dinner? Tell me.
I want dumplings.
I'm gonna beat you,
You are
retard.
4 of the ugliest fucking kids I've ever had the misfortune of laying my eyes on. I can't wait for this bitch to kill you. Don't get too full of yourselves. Remember, if it wasn't for me, your friend would be headlining in heaven. Or according to Born Again Betty, hell, since after all he
I
is
know,
Jewish.
right?
You, what do you want?
Thanks a lot, man.
Huh? I think she's right. You are retarded.
What'd I say?
Why am I doing this? It's not faithful to my character arc. Oh well, I'm getting paid for this. Just better read the script. It's a little. They just never get any smarter.
Satan Spawn, what's happening? Tell us.
Oh, fuck me. Every ghost in the series is making a cameo to kill those two. If these kids ruin me getting my powers back, I am gonna be so pissed off.
I knew she was a goner. I saw the old man in 36C kick, and it was just gross. All the stuff coming out of him in the morning. Who wants to see your mom go through that? Why'd they take me to the hospital anyway? I was 2. Let me
Definitely,
stay home
Tony.
and watch Cartoon Network.
I hear you.
SpongeBob SquarePants, Fairly Odd Parents, Teen Titans, Raven.
I said I heard ya!
I'm just saying, dude, she's hot. Kind of want to, Nice ass. Do not lust in your heart. Jesus, you do. I'll suck you off for a Scooby snack.
Oh my god, you'll suck us off for a Scooby snack?
Oh my god, she'll suck us off for a Scooby snack. Don't know what it is, but I want it. Kentaro, she was kidding. She's not going to do that. She's not? I can't wait to see what your cousin's going to do to me. Oh, you dirty-minded little sinner. You're in for quite a disappointment. My cousin is not going to like you. I'm so sick of you dissing my looks. He'll like me. No, he won't. Yes, he will.
Nothing.
No, he won't. Yes, he will. I have a great rack, awesome legs, and a cute butt. Do you have a penis? And a big... What? A penis. I know you're kind of manly, but I doubt you have what Maki's looking for. You see, Maki is a filthy anal pirate and gives oral pleasure to men. So he's gay. Very good, little Christian soldier. And you should never see home pages. You see, the internet was a blessing from the Lord Jesus to spread the word of God throughout the world. But pedophiles and Muslims stole it and used its holy power to seduce children like yourself and get out. Not get out, get saved. They always look like lesbians. Mom?
All right.
No, it can't be.
What is that?
Well, she looks like... Careful. No, that picture. When I volunteered at the wonderful Exodus homosexual conversion camp, I met this woman who was there who looked a lot like that lesbian, woman. By any chance, you don't remember what her name was? Kayako? That's our mother. What?
Shirotami, please forgive me for bringing you back to life. I know now that it could never work between us. As much as we wanted to, it could never be. Not because you're a rabbit, but because you're black.
What?
Holy shades of Hitchcock!
Can I be Tippi Hedren?
At least we're not ripping off the ring again.
Hey!
Leo?
There's some weird red fog at the school, and I just saved a ton of money on my car insurance by switching to Geico! A car accident. Must have been hit by an old Chinaman. I don't mean to be racist, but those people cannot.
It is one creepy-looking tunnel.
Kind of reminds me of your sister for some reason.
Yeah, jackass. So why'd they close off the tunnel anyway?
Years ago, people went in there, but they didn't come out. Not unlike your sister.
Hey, man, let's get off the sisters, especially since I just got off of yours.
I like his sister. She's one hot chulo.
I know that you're gay. Oh, great. Feel like this, someone's on my
We're
ass.
the only ones left.
What'll we do?
Okay, I'm sorry. When are you going to need another dramatic plot point until you decide to whip out that damn ghost book? Oh, perfect. It's in Japanese. Jing Chao No Ning Tao. Wait, that's Chinese. Luckily, I can read Barrack.
Look, yours! Oh, look at that!
Stop it! You're stretching my lips out!
Like this is the first time that's ever happened.
What's that supposed to mean?
Oh, you know what I'm referring to.
I don't think I like your insinuation.
Be afraid of Pichu. Monsters only get evil people like Republicans, and we're not old enough to vote.
And there you go. Some of Ghost Story's greatest hits. And you can tell why I enjoyed that anime gag dub ever since I was a young teenager.
Damn it, that was quite a show.
Yep. You kind of realize that, well, and I know that there was a lot of hullabaloo going on about like what was going on with the original anime incarnation called Gakko no Kaidan. Apparently, there was some misinformation about Gakko no Kaidan being poorly received in Japan, but it was actually well received. But ADV, well, Stephen Foster of ADV Films kind of like changed up the characters a bit and like added a lot of, you know, fourth wall references and pop culture references on there and fourth wall breaks. Yeah. And then it became the creature that we know as Ghost Stories. I mean, to its credit, it's not really the best thing ever, but hey, it's still a whole lot of fun.
I understand that you like it so much, but I'm sure there's something for me. Maybe because it feels like a SNL sketch.
Yeah. Yeah, it does feel a bit like, yeah, and also there are there are certain jokes that do remind me more of Family Guy, you know, given the irreverent humor featured on Ghost Stories or ADV's dub of Ghost Stories.
If they show clips of the show on SNL, they'll generate more anime fans.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely.
On that
Definitely.
TV.
Fair enough. Yeah, and what's your opinion about Funimation, you know, closing down and then becoming Crunchyroll?
A bit of a bummer. Funimation has more or original anime tribute than Crunchyroll. They had this I know Crunchyroll starts as an anime streaming service. So you can watch so many anime streams, but every time they do this whole subscription, like even most of these sub anime, you have to need subscriptions to the premium subscription to watch. Yeah, You let anyone watch the dub anime for free now these days. It makes me consider canceling my Capital role.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, yeah, fair enough. But there were also certain controversies that were going on in Funimation in the mid to late 2010s. I mean, it's just kind of frustrating when you think about it because it was one of working with Funimation, let alone with ADV Films before it went belly up in 2009. Those were my pipe dreams when I was a teenager, and I wanted to enact in those pipe dreams as a 20-something-year-old. But nowadays, I just look back at it and realize, well, things happen for a reason.
I remember the Funimation used to be ridiculed back in the late 90s, early 2000s, because they had two versions of the Dragon Ball series, the edited version and the uncut version.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I do remember when there was the what was that? The uncut version of Dragon Ball Z airing on Toonami back in 2005. Yeah, that was definitely one of the most enjoyable experiences ever. So there you go. And speaking of anime, well, you are aware that I've become rather extremely critical of Inuyasha.
Yeah, Kagome.
Yeah.
And the gang.
Yep. And I don't care what anybody else says, my opinion of Kagome will never change. I might have made better friends with certain people, but let's face it, my opinion on Kagome hasn't changed at all. And for good reason. It's like, no matter how hard you try to like a character, once you start questioning and kind of seeing her for what she really is, you'll never turn back. And then all of a sudden, you just want to do something better. Or not necessarily better than the mangaka, but you just want to, find another direction, let's put it nicely, of where to go for characters who deserve better.
I used to be anti-Kagome because she was trying to be the perfect student and had the perfect normal life.
Yeah. But honestly, her whole jumping back and forth to the feudal era, that would never have gotten her anything. Like, that would not have made her accelerate to like the next level at all. And I don't care what her fans say. Why is it such a problem? Well, think of it from this perspective. Japanese schools are extremely notorious for being tough on their students. And I don't think Kagome would ever make it to like a high school at all. Or even a college for that matter.
was writing a Inuyasha fanfic where Inuyasha and Shishoko have like cousin who's like part cat demon and a dog of a pirate.
Uh-huh.
And the pirate was the sister of Inuyasha and Shishomu's father,
Wow.
a cat demon. And anyway, her cousin, she was trying to get her Inuyasha and Shishomu to come to come with her on her pirate ship. Father was dying,
Mm-hmm.
and her last quest is to bring the two cousins with her to pass down her piracy down to her daughter and to Inuyasha and Shishomu.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is going to get Inuyasha away from Kokomi and the other gang, so he and Shishomu can help her cousin travel around the world to find an artifact called Dragon Stars.
Mm-hmm.
If you select all 7, they'll give you a one wish. Yeah. And another thing, I was gonna give Inuyasha a new love interest, who's a female who's part mouse demon.
Wow.
Yeah, but ever since but when it was revealed that Kagome and Inuyasha got together, and in the sequel series we have a daughter, I had to get the whole thing up and deleted that story.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough, fair enough. But yeah, characters like Kagome and Naru Narusagawa, Akane, or basically any abusive, and even Louise from the Familiar of Zero. I have zero tolerance for these type of characters. You think I have a problem with, abusive male characters? Abusive female characters are just as terrible. And it's supposed to be played for laughs. How would you feel if the roles were reversed? It would be just as terrible. So abuse of any form is never funny, let alone rape. So there you go. It's sort of my way of saying I have zero tolerance for those. Unless they're the villain, then fine. Let them get their just desserts.
Yeah, speak of annoying tropes, there's one annoying trope that either comes to like a regular cartoon or anime or like a sitcom. It's that one character pursuing this other character to go out with them, and the other person is rejecting over and over. But the one character still refuses to give up. And I find it annoying because it glamorizes harassment.
Yeah, another trope that pisses me off, seriously. And especially, how are we supposed to find perverted characters in anime funny or charming? And you know what? That's another thing why I don't like Miroku, why I show little tolerance toward Miroku, because what he's been doing to like Sango and even back then to Koharu, shit. You know what he's gonna end up getting? Bullets. Actually, to quote Jazz, he'll end up having 6 warning shots on his back. More like 7. Anyway, Miroku might as well get shot for all I care. Sorry, not sorry. And not just characters like Miroku, but any character who engages in, thinking that they could let their perverted attitudes they could get away with that type of shit, forget it. And that's why I show little to no tolerance toward Miroku at all.
It's not just the character to be like the character we're supposed to root for because he's like a decent person. But keep with someone who's has no interest in you. It's not considered endearing. It's harassment.
Of
One example I
course.
can think of is Steve Urkel from Family Matters.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm a bit iffy with Steve Urkel as well. I mean, he started out as this awkward and funny nerd character, but once he became a main fixture of Family Matters, that's when I was like, it doesn't really feel like I'm watching like the lives of the Winslow family anymore. I feel like I'm watching Steve Urkel take over. And it's like the likes of Carl Winslow and, Harriet, they've ended up taking a back seat in the much later seasons.
The show's trying to give Steve like a new girlfriend who actually does like him. But the problem is she came more like a progressive person. She was pretty much worse than Steve. I just wish that Steve would take this as a reflection that maybe this is how Laura sees him. I think this is how Laura feels every time Steve goes after her.
Yeah.
It's like a waking moment that excuse me, that this is how Steve realized that Laura doesn't care about him, care about this, like care about her. And one way is the one that Laura wants to do is to get up and walk in that door and be out her life forever.
Definitely. Because honestly, those double standards in anime, let alone in certain visual installments, creative installments, they don't fly well with me at all, despite some fans, for whatever stupid and arbitrary reason.
It'll give Steve like his own spin-off sitcom.
Yeah.
He has to learn how to live without the Winslows.
Exactly. That would have been nice.
Who probably doesn't care if he's a klutz or not. And we improve like social etiquette skills.
Yeah, I mean, I think a Steve Urkel spinoff would have been, understandable, because when Steve Urkel kind of took over from like Family Matters main focus, it just didn't feel like the same show ever again. It's like, why bother with Family Matters these days, right? Well, the later seasons at least,
Family Matters used to be a spin-off from Strangers. But I was wondering if that's how none of the characters from Perfect Strangers ever visit the family Winslow house from in Family Matters. They'll make an awesome crossover.
Understandable, yeah. And another question, Mary Cruz. Did you also grow up with the Power Rangers?
Well, the Power Rangers didn't. Well, sort of. Well, the Power Rangers they appear until around into their like junior high or high school. I did watch the whole. I wish to watch all the Power Rangers. Pretty much until around the death of Zordon.
Right.
And after that, I tried watching the newer Power Rangers episodes, but didn't feel the same. So I pretty much gave up the Power Rangers fandom.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, I also grew up with Mighty Morphin, and ever since my rewatch of I'm Dreaming of a White Ranger over 3 years ago, I started to rediscover the highs and the lows of the Power Rangers franchise, and from there I started to do slightly more Power Rangers related content on my channel, and I practically ended up enjoying them.
If you saw my cat's butt, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's fine.
Yeah.
I-
This is Tito.
Oh, hi there, Tito.
Tito.
Hey, darling. Yeah. But did you also grow up with Fox Kids as well?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What was your favorite show on there? Or what were your favorite shows on the Fox Kids block?
Well, other than the Power Rangers, there was Tiny Toons, and there was Animaniacs. I did watch the previous one for a while.
Wow.
I tried getting the first one, Jim, but it wasn't much time. Maybe because I never played the game.
All right. Yeah, understandable, understandable. As for me, I enjoyed X-Men the animated series, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. I started to rediscover The Tick as well, and Life with Louie. And what else? Bobby's World. Yeah, I've started to slowly rediscover Bobby's World and Mumphy.
I used to watch Bobby's World.
It was surprisingly entertaining, and Howie Mandel, it's unbelievable how he's able to like make his voice adapt to sound like a 5-year-old boy. Incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Well, he also did the voice of Gizmo from the Gremlins.
Ah, interesting. But yeah, Tony Montana, I do agree. Confused Matthews, Lion King reviews, they were stupid as hell, man. I mean, thank goodness I didn't even bother to subscribe to Confused Matthew, because I never not necessarily disagreed with his takes, but I just found them to be completely I just don't really care a whole deal about reviewers like that. I'd rather listen to real reviewers who can actually state something constructive.
What are you talking about? The animated Lion King or the 2019 Lion King?
I think the older one from 1994, the 1994 animated film. That's what Confused Matthew made a review of. And if you watch it, oh my God, you will feel like you need to have IQ, or your IQ restored.
I don't hate the 2019 Lion King, but I understand why a lot of people don't like it very much. And for the original 1994 Lion King.
Right. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah. Speaking of music, how do you feel about Disney closing down their movie for Penny Club?
I could care less about Disney these days.
Yeah, but now you see the on their movie club in stores like Walmart or Target, and even the Disney movie designers are giving away their movies. Well, how much points you have?
Fair enough. I think at this point Disney is just becoming more desperate. Yeah, I think at this point Disney has just become a lot more desperate. So why even bother with Disney these days? Could barely care about what's going on with Disney. Yeah. Why even bother with it? Why on earth do I even need to bother?
Well, I still like the movies, so that's my reason. I try to get as many as I can.
Right.
Points.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm fully aware of that, Tony. I mean, I never cared about Confused Matthew myself. I mean, he just seemed like an inept reviewer, and I never cared about his content. So there you go.
I try to break silence.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, that's fine. You know, but you know, there was a time when Disney used to mean something. I mean, like I've mentioned in my rant on Disney Channel, it used to mean genuinely good entertainment. But around the 2000s, it just sort of became a teeny bopper's, you know, breeding ground, which makes me feel sad because when I think Disney back in the day, I think of one part edutainment, genuinely good cartoons, and, you know, live action shows that actually managed to have fantastic stories. But nowadays, look at what happened with Disney Channel. I think these days Disney Channel feels more like a wasteland because I know that there are some cartoons airing on there these days as well, but considering the existence of Disney Plus and Disney just taking a lot, monopolizing like hell, it's just like, why even bother with Disney these days, huh?
My family used to live in Atkins, get one of those big satellite dishes so we could get all the satellite cable channels, and one of them was Disney. And the only shows I watched on Disney were the Mickey Mouse Club and Incorporated.
Right.
And the Disney movies I used to show. The problem is having that big silent dish you have to watch whenever I was watching our own TVs. and he's trying to change the channel on the split dish. And then your TV gets switched to the channel they're watching right now.
Mm.
And I can go to the main receiver that's connected to the satellite dish to watch the show what you want in your own room or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, at this point in time, I just... Ooh, LBT's on this time. What's up, LBT?
Hey, Anthony. We meet again after the final of May of 2024.
Yeah. Anyway,
And-
LBT, this is Mary Cruz. Mary Cruz is LBT.
Nice to meet you.
So how have you been, man?
I've been in my room resting recently.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, you were saying?
And how's it going with you in the 1st of June?
Well, kind of hectic. We just had, my flatmate just hosted a mini recital for his adult students in piano. Had to help out a bit with like cleaning out some dishes and before I actually got on the live stream, so it was pretty busy. So balancing this as well as, dealing with my master's thesis. Yeah, there's a lot going on my plate. I tell you what.
That's exactly what happened to me too when I had to clean the house and clean the dishes and get some cookies and crackers along the way. And not to mention some cheese puffs along with it.
Oh, okay.
And I'm prepared to set up just to watch Godzilla -1. It just appeared on Netflix in my area just now.
Oh, interesting. So what was your experience with the Godzilla franchise, Mary Cruz?
Well, I always loved Godzilla ever since the 80s. Yeah. Morning. They used to show Godzilla movies after this one cartoon blog called The Comic Strip, created by Rack and Boss.
Right.
Yeah. I've been on Godzilla ever since. And my uncle.
Oh, and I do have plans of making dinosaur sculptures, like I did with those other 3. I even
Wow, really cool.
And I will do them.
Yeah, Mari Cruz, are you okay there? Your video just froze.
That's new.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there right now. So, what are your... Can I see the progress that you've made on your... Oh, I think she disconnected for now. So can I see the progress you've made on your sculptures?
Oh, the dinosaur sculptures I've made?
Yeah, thus far.
Oh, yeah. I almost forgot.
All right.
Oh, and not to mention, I also went walking yesterday after the stream.
Ah, okay. Cool.
Just so I could get myself some fresh air and all that.
Interesting. Lovely, lovely.
And I'm going to show them.
Ah. So that's the progress you've done thus far. Do you intend to color some of them?
Yeah, you may think I do the Power Ranger drawing, but I also did tinfoil sculpting.
Wow. Totally cool, man.
And I'm about to make more.
Ah. Excitement.
Yep, excitement.
Nice.
As
And
it
of
really
course, you got
is.
more new projects coming along, eh, man?
Yep, sure do.
Ah. Nice to hear. Nice to hear. So, aside from Power Rangers, what other installments did you grow up with? Hmm?
Oh, aside from the Ranger franchise and the Sentai franchise.
Yep.
Oh, it could be anything dino related. Something like The Land Before Time, Jurassic Park, the
Oh,
Walking
yeah.
franchise, and many more.
Definitely, definitely. I mean, Land Before Time. I cannot believe that one of the first Land Before Time films I caught when I was a kid was Land Before Time 2, Great Valley Adventure, and then Land Before Time 4, Land Before Time 3. And then I didn't start catching the original Land Before Time until I was like 5 years old, 5 or 6 years old, and yeah, that's totally okay, Mario Cruz. It's totally okay. Just feature your comment right there. Wow. Yeah, that's fair enough, Mario Cruz. That's fair enough. I mean, I do have to go out of my way and say that despite me not catching Godzilla -1, I think there are a lot of people that say that this is one of the finest films or Godzilla films that they've ever caught. Although you can't go wrong with the original one. Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah, definitely.
Much more good in the inside.
Absolutely. I mean, you can even say that Godzilla was sort of, the Japanese counterbalance to, or a Japanese counterpoint to America's King Kong.
Yeah. And no wonder why both Godzilla and King Kong end up meeting up with each other.
Mm-hmm. Definitely the best. Definitely, like, not only the best, but also like the most sensible crossover you could ever think about.
Yeah.
Easy to see why. Two giant monsters squaring off with each other. You can't ask for anything better.
Yep. Perfectly balanced. As all things should be.
Definitely. Definitely. Yeah, I mean in terms of Godzilla, yeah, definitely, Mario Cruz. It's been such a pleasure talking to you. It's a great pleasure that you came on the stream, and I do hope that your internet does get better, and maybe we could talk a lot more on the stream. So see you next time, Mario Cruz. It was such a great pleasure.
So, sorry about her internet running out.
Yeah. Anyway.
Oh, and not to mention, I also watched this other Godzilla movie known as Godzilla X Kong: The New Empire, and I also made a review on it on my channel. If you want to check that out, but it was only on live stream version.
Absolutely fascinating.
Yeah. And I also did some Power Ranger videos along the way, like last year.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Not just dinos, but also with anything.
Yeah, as for me, I've been kind of up and down with like my creative, endeavors, trying to find a way to like slightly redo my 7-member anime martial arts team because, well, there were some martial arts choices that I was kind of starting to become more on the fence with. And now that I've kind of become a lot more, involved, well, not directly involved with the martial arts, but like watching a lot more martial arts related videos while simultaneously like trying to complete my MA thesis, I was like kind of getting into the groove of, what I could do, for like for my AU headcanon.
That's cool.
Oh yeah, definitely. So basically what you're looking at is a lot of the anime that I caught ever since I was between 12 to basically 12 to 17 years old, maybe a little bit earlier. Basically anime that I caught between like 10 to 17 years old, and I basically make them like involved in martial arts tournaments. And each group that has 7 members specializes in like signature martial arts.
Very impressive, man. Very impressive.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely still enjoy it, but like trying to like find a more direction with it is easier said than done, considering that I have a bit of like I need to take care of some academic priorities, just to get my GPA up, because I also want to do my PhD and pursue my PhD in the real world, so lots of expectations are hanging on me, and I got my options prepared. Oh boy, quite an overwhelming experience this is, isn't it? But it helps me kind of learn to challenge myself, and it helps me to, make sure that I don't just follow a sort of tunnel vision, but try to keep things open, and then it can all narrow down.
Exactly. Absolutely.
Yeah, because what I should have mentioned way earlier was that during my bachelor's, believe me, I started rather crappily, but I still passed my subjects, I'll give you that. But the fact that I didn't really start off with super, super high grades was kind of a wake-up call in what I had to deal with in my bachelor's. So, because if you knew me back then, like 4 or 5 years ago, I was obese. I was medically obese. So me having to lose weight was really the biggest must. And when you combine losing weight with trying to pass your subjects, it does get crazy. And sometimes you feel like trying to focus on trying to lose weight whilst you're trying to pass your subjects, as in all your modules, it feels like you're on a freaking tightrope. But that's what it felt like in the first 2 semesters, let alone 3. But thank God that I managed to improve in like the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and eventually 6th semesters. I mean, it took me 2 semesters to try to finally get all this counterpoint and harmony down for my musicology degree. And I was like, yeah. And then finally I did my bachelor's thesis after much hesitation. Heck, I even graduated with a darn good average. May not be the best, but it was actually on the cum laude line. I graduated in the German standards A with a 2,0, which is, which is a sort of like in sort of like the B or B plus line. So definitely, but in all honesty, it was like second class honors, which isn't bad at all, actually. The fact that I managed to graduate at least with cum laude really does say a lot about how I managed to endure my bachelor's. And this time in my master's, I've managed to improve.
That's cool.
Indeed. It goes to show you how much you need to kind of put your work into it. The big sacrifice was that back in 2022, I didn't really release as many videos as I would have loved to. I would have loved to deal with the review of Mozart's Die Zauberflöte, or the Magic Flute, at the Staatsoper unter den Linden, because my flatmate and our friends were like watching it. But that review did not materialize because I was also busy with like pending university work. Let's put it nicely. There was some pending university work that I had to do, i.e. term papers.
Whoa.
No surprise.
That's exactly what happened to me when I was back in my middle school, especially back in 2012.
Mm-hmm.
And I decided to do what you're doing, but very different.
Yeah. So thank God that I graduated, at least with honors, in the Latin terminology, it's cum laude. So not the highest honors, but not bad either. It just goes to show you right there that if you put your mind to it, and if you really know how to navigate properly, then honey, the world's your oyster.
That's impressive, man. That is impressive.
That's why I need to make sure that I do much better with my MA thesis, because if I can bring my grade point average up a lot more than what I used to accomplish my bachelor's, then the world, as in the academic world, is my oyster. The PhD world that I want to get myself into is my oyster. And you couldn't ask for anything better than that. In terms of academia, at least.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that it is tough. I know that academia is tough, but once you start keeping an open mind, and once you continue learning and looking at media critically, observing media critically, then it starts to make a lot more sense, right?
Pretty much.
Mm-hmm. And you don't want to end up going back to old habits at all anymore. And that's what I consider a great blessing.
That's impressive.
Mm-hmm. And it makes a lot of sense. Makes a whole lot of sense.
That's nice.
Yes, indeed. So it really does make you think a lot more, and it really does give you a boost of what you can do, what you're capable of.
Yeah. I think I have the same experience of you when I have plans of going to college. But I didn't go to college yet, but I might go to soon.
What do you plan to major in, man?
Probably be like a filmmaker, artist, paleontology, etc.
Well, as long as you work for it, as long as you really prioritize your goals and take not just your studies seriously, but your finances seriously, and not take your finances for granted, then I'm sure you can make it.
Pretty much.
Because, you know, it's really all about how much work are you willing to put in, right? How much work, how much but also make sure that your goals remain realistic, because look at me, failures have happened. Failures have been, you know, following me, and I know that I still feel kind of down about them, but it's a sobering reminder that there were certain habits that needed to change for me to do better. So yeah, I didn't graduate with the highest GPA. Yeah, I didn't graduate with, you know, super high honors or like valedictorian university, but I told myself, so what? The fact that I was able to learn a lot and kind of also became choosy with the like the information I was taking in kind of really does say that I kind of do deserve to keep working as hard as possible. And of course, braving like my first master's session, all while finishing up my BA thesis and miraculously still passing it. That just shows you right there, man. And now it's becoming a lot more personal with my master's thesis, because like trying to thread the needle with all your arguments, it's a full-time career. It does feel like a full-time job, and it's something that you cannot afford to half-ass. I mean, everything that I do, from, you know, this channel to my academic work to a lot of the stuff that I'm doing on DeviantArt, these are things I could never and should never ever half-ass, let alone take for granted. And I forbid myself from being complacent. I'm constantly hungry to make sure that I keep growing and that I keep making something better of myself.
That's cool.
Exactly. It's not just cool, but it's highly recommendable.
Yep.
Because it makes a big difference.
I pretty much agree with you.
Indeed. And I highly recommend that you will not only do what you're passionate about, but also remember to keep your goals realistic and really have good direction with them. Because, well, you also have to think about backup plans and subjects to fall back on, right? I've learned it the hard way, man, and look how I turned out.
That's cool.
And remember, I know that filmmaking and all this creative stuff is competitive as well, but remember that you don't just have your skills, you also need to have this.
I have to agree.
And I'm also concerned about our generation of youths, because I feel kind of sad for them, because they become a lot more volatile and they become a lot mouthier than their predecessors, which just disturbs me. Not to mention, I really do worry about, you know, the quality of family entertainment that's been presented these days. Granted, there are some few gems here and there, but, you know, those are kind of far and in between. It's not like, yeah, I mean, I don't know what year you're born in. You were born in the year
in the 2000s.
Ah, fair enough, fair enough. I was born in 1992.
2000.
Ah, okay, fair enough, fair enough. I was born in 1992. Heck, I even have university friends who are born the same year as you are, man.
Huh, that's cool.
Yeah, definitely. I have a very good friend who also understood my enjoyment and um favor of a show that I love so much, which is the Fresh Prince of Bel Air. So yeah,
Must be older than we are.
yeah, definitely.
Even my friend Tyrannotherium. What a surprise.
Yeah. Did you know that I was born at the time that Fresh Prince of Bel Air's actually second season was about to finish and its third season was about to start? I actually was born around the time the second season of Fresh Prince was about to end.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I was born April 29, 1992. So around the time, let me double check the episodes list of the Fresh Prince. Because, hang on a second. Here we go, season 2. There we go. I was actually born 2 days after Be My Baby Tonight aired on Fox Kids. Oh, excuse me, NBC, excuse me, NBC. Excuse me, I got those two mixed up. This air, yeah, Fresh Prince of Bel Air was an NBC staple.
That's impressive.
Indeed, it was. Oh, I mentioned earlier that Malcolm Jamal Warner, who's Theo Huxtable on the Cosby Show, he also had like a total of 3 roles in the Fresh Prince of Bel Air. First as himself, then apparently he was in season 2 for 2 times. One was in Cased Up, which is the 9th season of the second season, and then he directed Vying for Attention, and I think I could see why, because Raven Simone, she was also on that episode. She also guest starred in that episode as little Claudia, who was the daughter of the one-time character Robert, played by Bill Overton.
That's exactly what happened with Brendan Mejia, the actor who played Dino Charge Red Ranger. And he was one of the first episodes of iCarly, which, granted, I know you and I aren't fans of iCarly, but it's great to see Brendan has his first appearance long before he became the Dino Charge Red Ranger. And yet, he has a YouTube channel of his own.
And he's also, I think he's a fitness coach these days.
Yeah, like that. Which is actually kind of cool.
Oh,
I
yeah.
actually subscribe to the guy.
It's amazing how, and he's a dad these days. Amazing. He's a dad.
Oh, Brandon Mejia?
Yep. He got married and now he's doing the dad thing.
That's interesting.
So let me see. I gotta check out his channel. Yeah. The funny thing about, Brennan Mejia as Tyler Navarro and Camille Hyatt as Shelby, here's my take. I think what Tyler and Shelby were trying to be was like the new generation of Wes and Jen, because their chemistry is just freaking amazing. Yeah, not to mention Brennan's and Camille's chemistry, on-screen chemistry, it's just lovely, absolutely lovely. I think these two could pretty much give Jason Font and Aaron Cahill a run for their money. I mean, let's face it. If if Wes Collins and Jen Scotts are the king and queen of Red and Pink Rangers respectively, let alone of Red Pink Ranger couples,
They're
that would make
so Tyler and Shelby are Prince and Princess of Red Rangers and Pink Rangers, like that.
yeah, basically Tyler and let's just say that the good thing about Dino Charge is that at least we got Tyler and Shelby being Prince and Princess of Red Pink Ranger couples. And why not? Their
And I
chemistry is
hate to say
lovely.
this, he even puts Nick and Madison's relationship to shame.
Yeah. Not to mention a few things to say about Nick. It says something when a teenage Red Ranger, who's like I think the youngest sibling of the in Majirenja, has way more charisma than Nick Russell from Power Rangers Mystic Force. Let that sink in, man. Let that sink in.
I have to agree with you. I mean, Nick Russell is such a mean-spirited character. Like, he is so lazy that he barely can fight crime for a few hours or something. Like, what kind of Red Ranger is he or something?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what was going on with the writers when they were trying to integrate that. I think because they thought that, okay, you know, since like in Majirenja, the Red Ranger in that series, or Maho Sentai Majirenja, oh yeah, Kai Ozu, a high school
I
kid.
like Kai. He's one of my favorites in the Sentai team, and he's more likable compared to Nick Russell. He wasn't mean-spirited, and he wasn't kind of a dork. He's kind, fun, and somewhat amazing, in my opinion.
Yeah, the fact that the gentleman who played him, Atsushi Hashimoto, was what 18 years old when he had a goal as Kai Ozu. That should say something about why I have some contention with Nick Russell. I could see where it's kind of coming from. I think it's because the writers, I think, were adapting from, since they were adapting from Majirenja, I think they were trying to get some of the jovial aspects, the childish aspects of Kai, but it's like with when they try to have it go on to Nick, it's like they've just captured like the worst aspects of his character. And that is not what you do for this, you know? It just kind of makes you feel sad.
Yeah. I can understand why Nick Russell is the most hated Red Rangers because of how mean-spirited this guy is and because of how unlikable he is. I could definitely understand why.
I don't think he cares for his team.
No, he doesn't.
Unless something.
Not to mention, he's kind of a coward. Whenever his battles go larger and all that stuff, it's like the first one to give up.
Definitely. Not to mention, it's kind of a shame, really, because you know he could have really grown as his own and then become a better character altogether. But the fact that he acted like such a little shit is just so pathetic.
Yeah. It's not just that, but he could be somewhat...
Actually, big shit. Big piece of shit.
That's what I was about to say. But good one.
Yeah, I mean, he's not really that entertaining or charismatic as far as I'm concerned, because if there's one thing about Operation Overdrive that I think people can defend is that at least Mac has some semblance of charisma.
Yeah. Heck, Mac from Operation Overdrive feels like a better leader than Nick Russell ever did. And I'm not sure if I'm going to get some hate for this, but even Troy Burrows from Power Rangers Megaforce and Super Megaforce, as much as people hate his character, at least Troy is a better Red Ranger than Nick Russell ever is. Because, for the example, in one of the episodes of Megaforce where Troy defends a child away from those two bullies, and then the two bullies were like against him, and then Troy doesn't even bother doing anything. He was like, "Do you see any tears?" And then the bullies walk off and all that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I still feel kind of bad for a lot of the Megaforce cast members because I've always argued that they were pretty much riding on the nostalgic coattails of the original Mighty Morphin actors and characters.
The only characters that people like about Megaforce is Gia and Robo Knight.
I could see why, because, Sierra Hanna, she seems like a very charismatic young lady, and, I think she was pretty much one of the actresses who actually gave a shit.
Uh-huh.
And look at her.
And not to mention with Robo Knight.
She's come on her own. Well, with Robo Knight, Robo Knight, I can't help but think that, both Robo Knight and Orion, they were essentially like two different versions of Tommy Oliver during his Mighty Morphin years.
Yeah. I even pointed this out in my friend's stream by saying that wouldn't that be cool if the original Mighty Morphin teams up with Megaforce and things would have been a lot different. Like Troy teams up with Jason. Noah teams up with Billy. Gia teams up with Trini, even if the original actress is gone.
Emma, or she could team up with Aisha.
Aisha, good one. Emma teams up with Kimberly, and Jake teams up with Zach. And Tommy teams up with both Robo Knight and Orion all together. I even pointed this out in my stream, and they actually agree with me. So I really hope you'll. But if you don't agree with me on that,
I do. I definitely subscribe to that idea. I mean, but what about Adam and Rocky?
Oh yeah,
that doesn't matter.
Those are the Rangers. But what I'm talking about is like the original, like Mighty Morphin, like cast and all that stuff.
Oh yeah. But for the record, Rocky, I never saw him as a legitimate Red Ranger. Listen, if I could change something about Dimensions in Danger, I would never have made Rocky return as the Red Ranger. I'd actually have him return as the Blue Zeo Ranger. And you know who should have been the Red Ranger? TJ.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
What on earth were the writers thinking? Oh, I get it. Was it Mighty Morphin nostalgia? And then TJ was just blue. Look, I get it. TJ's character growth as the Blue Ranger was amazing. But come on. He made a strong first impression as a damn good Ranger in Turbo.
Yeah,
there's
already a Red Ranger in some other Power Ranger crossovers. Like, I mean, take a look at Grid Connection. At least they hired Jason to go back to the Red Ranger status in Grid Connection, which is why I prefer Grid Connection over Dimensions in Danger, in my opinion. Not to mention, the only at least Goldar Maximus, Goldar returned in Great Connection, but it's known as Goldar Maximus. And as for the team for Mighty Morphin, sure, we may not see the original actors, but at least it's a lot of fun. And even the people team from Dino Thunder, except for the fact that their voices kind of change, which I don't mind too much. And while I do enjoy Great Connection, it would be cool if the Beast Morphers team up with the Dino Themes season Rangers from Mighty Morphin, Dino Thunder, and Dino Charge and all that. But hey, I take it over both Legendary Battle and Dimension Danger.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, even when I look back at TJ, I mean, he only got to be return as Red Ranger once, and that was in Forever Red. What a freaking
Yeah.
ripoff!
I mean, what a complete utter letdown. And not to
What a
mention,
yeah.
I also heard that he returned in the Space Blue Ranger in Legendary Battle. Don't forget about that, because I
Yeah.
see those Turbo Rangers on the side in the silhouettes in the final episode. And
Right.
yet there's two forms of TJ. And I'm like, which one is the real TJ? The Turbo Red Ranger or the in Space Blue Ranger? Because it's kind of an error.
Yeah, I mean, the Legendary Battle, to me, it was cool seeing some of the old Rangers of the past return, but oh my god,
Yeah.
there's so
It
many
was a
things to
big
fix
super
about that
mega
thing.
disappointment.
I think because that's what happens when writers choose to go back to the Mighty Morphin formula instead of properly expanding on the freaking Legendary Battle. You could have done
And not to
yourself a
mention,
freaking
it
favor
felt
of
rushed.
having these Ranger actors be mentors, not that Zordon ripoff.
Oh,
Here's my
you mean
take.
like
Here's my
Dosei?
take, man. Here's my take. Listen up. You know who could have been good mentors to Troy? Focus on the Legendary Battle. I would say that Tommy West, Tommy, Leo, Wes, and Carter, because I actually prefer Tommy as a Red Ranger. You don't have to fight me on that, buddy. You don't have to fight me on that.
I'm
because
not gonna fight. Okay? I agree with you.
Because the thing about why would Tommy end up returning as a Green Ranger? Because Green Ranger is mostly a Six Ranger thing. If I had it my way,
shouldn't he be in Dino Thunder Black?
well, not just that, but if he was gonna lead the damn thing, why can't he just return as Zeo Ranger Red?
Oh, pretty interesting. Yeah, I can understand why they put him in the Green Ranger form, just for
Because it was
nostalgicness.
yeah, definitely, and it was the very first Ranger outfit that Tommy ever wore. Fair enough, but you know what would have been weirder? You know what would have been weirder? If Tommy had replaced Jason as the Red Ranger. Oh my god, that would have been kind of boss. And then who would have been the new White Ranger? I would have liked to have David Trueheart as the new White Ranger, and then Rocky. I never bought him as a Red Ranger. Just let him have the Green Ranger powers. I don't care what.
I'm not really a big fan of Rocky as the Red Ranger to begin with. I'm not really a big fan of him.
I feel sad for him. I mean, he was a better Lancer than he was a Red Ranger. I mean, he was pretty much only second in command by name only. And if I had it my way, and I know that there are those I know that there are some who will disagree with me, but if I had it my way, if you're keen on making Tommy the new freaking leader of the Power Rangers, why not have Jason and Tommy switch powers, okay?
Yeah, like color swaps or something.
Shit. No shit. I mean, look at him. Look at what happened. Look at with Tommy in Forever Red. I mean, he ends up leading the damn team.
Yeah, it's not just Tommy, but Jason too.
Yeah. So if I had it my way, you know what would have been fun? Have Jason and Tommy switch their morphers. Like Tommy could do the Mighty Morphin Tyrannosaurus thing, and Jason Zeo Ranger one. Oh my gosh, I feel like I'm starting to get high.
And kind of silly. And not to mention, I also heard that both Jason and Tommy were like buddies in some episodes of Mighty Morphin.
Yeah.
And they have
brothers
character
and
development with
mothers.
each other.
Well, here's the fun part, because in Zyurenja, Burai and Geki are brothers. So I kind of see where the whole brother thing, in my opinion, is coming from with Tommy and Jason, because I've always perceived Tommy as a sort of older brother to Jason. Kind of helps that Jason David Frank is a year older than Austin St. John. Listen, the less said about whatever beef was going on with them, the better.
Yeah, I have to agree.
Because it's just kind of sad, really.
And not to mention, yeah, one of my friends told me that the Green Ranger in the Sentai version was actually killed or something. Yeah.
That's why there was difficulty in trying to make sure that Tommy was sort of back in one piece, and then all the behind the scenes stuff that was going on. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, getting back to Legendary Battle, my freaking barnacles, it felt rushed.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I do have some perfect, alternatives. I mean, here's the thing. Tommy, Leo, TJ, Tommy, Leo, Wes, TJ, and
Dana
Carter.
and Carter.
Yeah.
And Damon, too.
Well, Damon, I could see him be more of a mentor figure to who was that? Jake, either Jake or Noah. I mean, it's a shame that we didn't have Johnny Young Bosch return as the Black Ranger, because I could actually see him being a good mentor to Jake.
Or have the original Mighty Morphin cast mentorizing the Megaforce Rangers rather than Gosei. You know?
Exactly, because Gosei, oh my gosh. Gosei was nothing more than a pathetic Zordon ripoff. He might mention that Zordon was his mentor, but bullshit. You're just Zordon, but with another form.
Yeah.
You're just a Zordon. You're just a dollar store Zordon and nothing more.
Not to mention, he was like that Tiki face, and he was like, my mentor Zordon placed me here to be the guardian of this planet.
Baja.
Like that sort of stuff.
No, actually, you know what I think of Gosei? He's basically the love child of Zordon and Olmec from Legends of the Hidden Temple.
Yeah, like that talking Tiki, and he doesn't even do anything, and he doesn't have any character development.
That's what's so sad, really, because that's the thing that really killed Megaforce and Super Megaforce for me, because they were relying way too much on nostalgia.
Yeah, and not to mention, I also heard that Gosei actually gave the Megaforce Rangers those Pirate Sentai morphers, which belong to Pirate Sentai, and I was like, wait a minute, how do they get these morphers from? They already have morphers, so they don't need to turn them to angels and pirates. Like that's just random.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't help that the little robot assistant felt like more like a dollar store Alpha 5. But more
Tensu.
Yeah, Tensu. I think he was just, I could barely care about that little thing because he felt like a dollar store Alpha 5. I'm going to call that thing dollar store Alpha 5.
Yeah, Tensu.
Tensu.
Oh, man.
Tensu.
I find them annoying.
No, not even dollar store. Not even dollar store Alpha 5. More like 5-cent store. Let's put it nicely. 5-cent store. It's just how cheap.
To make matters worse with Tensu is that he walked out in his own command center and then was hanging around and talking to the suitcase, thinking that it was his reflection. But it turns out that guy kidnapped Tensu and then put him into the bus and then all that type of nonsense. And then that's how the Rangers end up rescuing Tensu. And I'm like, man, watching this part is so frustrating, especially Tensu going out and all that type of stuff. I find it
Mhm.
very frustrating.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah,
And
it
to
just
make
didn't
matters
help
worse,
matters that it almost felt like I was watching a rehashed version of Day of the Dumpster. So we don't need all this type of rehashing freaking again and again and again.
exactly.
That's why I just bounced out of Megaforce. And already, it says something that when you've been tuning into the Power Rangers series for a long ass time, you kind of know damn well that you kind of know what character tropes they're being appropriate into. All right.
Not to mention, yeah, if you brought back the Saban actors from Power Rangers, for Mighty Morphin all the way to Time Force, how come you won't bring back the Disney actors for
Or
Legendary
even
Battle?
Wild Force. Excuse me. Wild Force was practically a Saban season.
Yeah, the only Disney actors that they brought back for Megaforce is Casey,
Yeah.
the Red Jungle Fury Ranger from Power
Jason
Rangers Jungle
Smith.
Fury.
Like you had other people involved, like Emma Lahana and
Yeah.
Kevin Duhaney.
There's
I
also
don't think that James
Vander.
Napier wanted
There's
to do
also
anything more
Dustin.
with
There's
Power
also
Rangers.
the Ninja Storm cast, the Dino
Sally
Thunder cast,
Morgan.
the SBD cast, Mystic Force, Operation
Yeah,
Overdrive, and even RPM along with it.
definitely. But I think with Rose McIver, I think she already had a budding film career, so I think that's why she didn't return. She was in The Lovely Bones with Saoirse Ronan.
Yeah, like that.
So I think the reason why Rose McIver didn't return is because you got to remember that by the time here's my hunch. Now, by the time that Power Rangers RPM ended, by the time Power Rangers RPM ended, she started to do a lot more mainstream films. Okay.
Oh yeah, Rose McIver. I know this actress because
Yes.
I've
Yes.
seen her in one of the Netflix series known as the Christmas Prince, I guess, or
Yeah,
something.
Christmas Prince. Because look, she might have had her fame jettisoned during her time on Power Rangers RPM, but after that, look at what happened. Her repertoire grew, and she ended up on this film directed by Peter Jackson, known as The Lovely Bones.
Holy Mother Megazord.
Exactly.
And not to mention, there's also the actor who played RPM Red Ranger. I also heard that he was made famous in other projects.
Yeah,
like
Eka Darville.
Terranova or something.
Yeah, Eka Darville. Yeah, he's been doing okay. Even before Power Rangers RPM, he was on Blue Water High. And yes, by the time 2010 rolled around, he was on Spartacus, The Elephant Princess. He was on there too. Oh, yes, he was on The Vampire Diaries. So, unfortunately, his young son passed away. Oh my God. Mana Darville.
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah. But at least he's doing well in a good number of mainstream films or indie films as far as I'm concerned. He's done okay, so he's done that. So yeah, he's been doing a lot of stuff in Hollywood. I'm not so sure about Ari Boyland as who was Flynn McAllister, RPM Blue. Oh yeah, he was on Shortland Street. He was one of the voice actors
from Power Rangers Samurai. Oh, and he still continues to act, mostly in New Zealand and Australia.
That's cool.
Okay, so he did work a bit in Los Angeles, but he's mostly stayed in New Zealand and Australia in terms of his acting. And we got Dan Ewing. Now, what else does he do? Okay, so even before all that, he did some. Oh yeah. Okay, so he did some other projects. Okay, so still doing, he still does, mostly Australian stuff, but he has also done projects in the US. 2020's Love and Monsters. Yeah, but most of his repertoire, he was also and before Power Rangers RPN, he was on Home and Away, Blue Water High, and he even had a cameo role in Superman Returns. Probably before RPN. Yeah, RPM, yeah.
That's impressive, man.
Then comes Milo Cawthorn. Let's see right here. Yeah, he still does act. He was also in some Hollywood films. Yeah, he was also on Ash vs. Evil Dead. Yep. Let's see what else. Yeah, Lee Ming-hu, she also continues to act. And I'm even Facebook friends with her.
Huh, that's interesting. That's exactly what happened to me when I was friends with some actors or something. And yet, this is how they come up with, and it's actually kind of cool.
Oh, yeah. I'm surprised that Mike Jin is actually 2 years younger than Lee Ming-hu. And he's the youngest cast member.
Man.
Well, not necessarily a cast member, but main ranger. Yeah, honestly,
that is absolutely impressive.
Yeah, honestly, Power Rangers RPM, I feel like it was the last best season of the Power Rangers franchise.
For you?
Excuse me?
Yeah. And probably the final season of the Disney era Power Rangers, long before Samurai and Megaforce. But things get better with Dino Charge and Ninja Steel, and not to mention with Beast Morphers and Dino Fury. And I'm kind of conflicted with Cosmic Fury. Yes, I do think it's a good series, but personally, I would pick with Dino Fury and even with its anti-counterparts.
Right. Yeah,
so I can
never
understand
really
why people like Power Rangers RPM, and even I started to like Power Rangers RPM. It's even the fourth best favorite Power Rangers series from Disney.
Right.
Along
I
with
would even
Ninja
say
Storm,
that
Dino Thunder, and Jungle Fury.
I would even say that RPM really was the best season from Disney. But then, things started to go to pot in terms of like the reversioned or reverbed Mighty Morphin series. It's like, what the hell, man? That was already a sign of things to come.
Relying too much on Mighty Morphin, especially with Megaforce and Samurai. And the fact that they relied too much on Sentai footages, it just baffles me. It just baffles me to say the least.
I'm still very bitter about what happened to Lauren on Samurai, because she could have been an American only 7th Ranger. She could have really gone the Ryan Mitchell route. I'm not going to back down on that claim.
I mean, why can't they add new costumes to those fan-made Power Ranger outfits? Like, I mean, they already did it with the Psycho Rangers from In Space and Lost Galaxy, not to mention with the Titanium Ranger, the non-Sentai counterparts, and even the Spirit Rain, the A Squad from Power Rangers SBD, the
Mhm.
Spirit Rangers from Jungle Fury, and even Cosmic Fury.
Right.
Like, those Ranger outfits that are non-Sentai counterparts, I mean,
Mhm.
I actually like them, but it would be cool if Samurai and Megaforce would have done the same thing, and I wouldn't have been bothered by those Sentai ripping offs, you know?
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, but it's kind of sad that, nostalgia has to be kind of a main factor. And it's like, no, you see, this is why I kind of do have a bit of a love-hate relationship with nostalgia, because, when you use it as a crutch, it can get very troublesome. And it just means that, and using nostalgia as a crutch only means that you're only asking for trouble. Big time.
It could be very repetitive real quick.
Absolutely.
But yeah, anyways, I'm watching Big Hero 6, followed by Cars, and later tonight I'm watching Godzilla -1, so yeah. Well, anyways, I gotta get going. And it's
Yeah.
nice having you here, Anthony.
Definitely. Lovely having you here too, LBT.
For the 3rd time.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
just as good as the 2nd, so I'll catch you later, and I'll see you next time.
See you next time, LBT. Well, anyway, that was quite a very eventful stream, ladies and gentlemen. I know that it's been, a bit up and down as of late, but other than that, I still want to keep the good vibes rolling. I still want to, make sure that everything is all great, even in spite of everything that's been happening. And, well, with that said, I wish you all a good night, a good morning, a good afternoon, no matter where you are. Remember to stay safe and well, everybody.